Okay, thank you everybody for your attendance today. I'm sure more people will join us as we move along. So today, my name is Nabab Katni Hess, and I'm a student teacher of the Master Teacher, Dr. Malachi Z York, and this is an Outformation class and seminar, and we were dealing with history about 2 weeks ago, part one. If you haven't seen that, I'll give you some details how you can access that on YouTube. And we're going to get into part two of this actual fact called his story, I should say, today. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to spend a little bit of time on an introduction. The last or part one, I went into in depth, I suppose, who we were, who we are as an organization, etc. I'll do a little bit of that today. I'm not going to cover all of the stuff that we did in part one. Obviously, we've now got the YouTube video, so you can go and take a look at that 3.5 hour class. Okay, so in that regard, so you can go and check that out, and it's a very good class, give you a good introduction of what we're talking about today. Hopefully, if you haven't seen it, then obviously make that part of your homework today. So I'll cover a little bit of the things we've talked about, but predominantly, if you're looking at my screen, we'll be covering the bits on the lower side today, particularly spending most of the time, I think, here and a little bit here, because we finished that fully on part one. So I'll explain why I'm going to spend more time on that. But obviously, as well, if you've got the book itself, then you can ask questions from any part of the book. I'll do my best to answer those questions for you today. You don't have to wait necessarily for us to come in order. We are talking about his story today and the things that we are talking about. So if you've got questions, tend to focus them on the subject, because we're dealing with this topic specifically today. If you do want to ask a question, you've got the option there to raise your hand. There's somebody monitoring that, Manthu, who will there give you the opportunity to speak, and you can ask your questions verbally. If you're not as confident in that regard, then use the chat. You've got the opportunity to ask written questions, and we'll pick those up and somebody will read those out for you as well. So if there's anything you don't understand, confused, of interest, or it triggers something, by all means, I say, please ask questions. As I say, that's going to make the experience a lot more interactive and better for us all. Okay, so let's get started. And here. Right, so if you don't know how to connect with us, say All Eyes in Egypt, MN, facebook.com, and I'll give the YouTube details a bit later on. Talking about who we are and who the Master Teacher is and why we call him the Master Teacher. Here is a depiction of Dr. Malachi Z York. This in fact should be cheetah skin. He's wearing the outfit of a Wapian or Sapien man, I should say. And when we're talking about who the teachers are who've come along and tried to raise the consciousness, or sought to raise, not even tried, but sought to raise the consciousness of our people, particularly over the last century, it's important that we have a good understanding of who they are, what their lineage is, who they are, their purpose, so on and so forth, and what has influenced their teaching style, so to speak. So you should do a thorough research on the teacher, the organization, as well as testing that doctrine. This has been a mantra, I suppose, of Dr. Malachi Z. Don't believe me, check it out. But that doesn't just apply to us, it applies to any knowledge that you're dealing with in any organization that you're encountering, because I say we've been conditioned, particularly in the Western Hemisphere, to avoid questioning in scenarios where we've not been taught to question. And so, examples of that, as we talked about a little bit in part one, is, we will, excuse me, when organizations like ourselves are teaching, when it's our own people teaching each other, we tend to have a lot of questions in relation to where this information come from, who's the teacher, etc., etc. And for well over 40 years, the Master Teacher has been answering many questions. But when it comes to certain institutions that seemingly have control over our lives, we don't seem to ask questions. So some of the people on the call now have children who are attending school, and how many of you, if you're going to be honest, how many of you have gone, when you took your children into the school, saw the qualifications of the teacher who is teaching your children? How many of us ask that question? So we send our children to school, they're going to be there for the majority of the week. In fact, they spend more time in school than they do at home oftentimes. And how many of us actually saw the physical qualifications to know that the person who was teaching our children is actually qualified to do so? Or do we base it on trust? You see, so there are, if the Caucasian doesn't tell us to do something, then we don't do it. So literally, we have to be taught how to question again, and particularly it comes to our own culture, knowledge, and also, as we talked about in part one, using questioning as our own defense mechanism to seek out knowledge for our soul's sake. Yeah, because this is about our soul in this regard. We're going to talk about Dr. Malachi Z York Okran, as say his mother is Mary Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn. Many may know, but if you join us for the first time, you may not know. Her name, she was also known as Fatima, and she was born March 10th, 1929. And sometimes we arguably say, because of the state that our people in, and then understanding how leaders are born as opposed to being made, yeah, and how it has been part of an orchestrated plan, one might say, that various teachers have been presented to our people along the way, and each one bringing a piece of the puzzle or a story to now bring us into the day and time we're in, where all falsehood must perish and all truth must be known. So the time for certain types of symbolism, etc., is sort of dead, and the full facts must be known. The actual facts now must be known: who you are, where you came from, so on and so forth. If not only for our survival, but also for our transformation and elevation. So Mary Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn is particularly important in that, because obviously it's through her cultivation of the seed that enabled this individual to be born. And we have to make sure that we were always a matriarchal society before patriarchal. The patriarchal side or transformation came in with those who we're going to talk about a little bit later, called the Anunnaki. Understood in ancient Egypt, ourselves under Parnatharu, as part of Fa'ut, which they call all. Yet we were a matriarchal society, obviously because it's based on how nature's system works, or natural nature in that regard. So a very important woman, unfortunately transitioned and is now one of our Salafu or ancestors on August 4th, 2012. The Master Teacher's father is from the Sayyid royal family out of Sudan, Al-Hafti Abdul Rahman, as you can read there, born in 1922 and was unfortunately assassinated in 1970. And so the Master Teacher, having two sides, obviously from his mother's side, she was born in Ghana. So she had him in Ghana, and she's from Ghana, from the Iwe tribe of the Akan tribes in Ghana, and he has a Sudanese heritage from his father's side. Yep. So in that regard, so yeah, very important characters. So he links back into the Mahdi. Go into part one for more details, and I'm not going to go back on that too much today, but certainly history records this individual significantly, as I say, as a master spiritualist and a master, how do we describe it, a military supremo, one might say, in that regard, in having the ability to say to, excuse me, ignore my water alarm now, but yeah, a master supremo in terms of his military skills, driving the British and the Turks out of Africa on a number of campaigns. You know, so confident was this individual in his spirituality, he used to write to the British generals such as General Pasha and others in advance, telling them, look, you're going to lose. Yeah, remember they were fighting with spears, sticks and stones, etc., while the British had machine guns, cannons. He used to write to them in advance in order to spare them or save their lives. Obviously, when he was writing it, for who's this? Well, there's other choice words you can use, but who's, I'm sure which they used, but who's this individual with his arrogance writing to us, or whatever? And only until they lost, then they knew who this man is today. Maybe he would be remembered more in history, certainly remembered in our story, if his freckles weren't so far away from each other. Yeah, because he's a dark-skinned individual. History doesn't want to record, woolly-haired individual as well. History doesn't want to record the many great things that he did. So he produced a book called Ratib, expressing his love of the divine, and as I say, was a very, very talented and remembered individual. Okay, so this is a master teacher at age 25 under a previous school called the Ancestral degree, where we were studying particularly the degree of Islam, and this is him at age 25 when he talks about having his initiation. When we talk about the way in which our ancestors communicate with each other, so, or communicate to us, I should say, as a people, as their children. So when we look in ancient Tamaray, we talk about an individual known as Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn, yeah, understood, and this comes every 24, some round it down, 25 to 24,000 years. Yeah, the circumference of the planet, you know, is 24,896 miles in circumference. It expands and contracts as part of that, so it varies. Why sometimes round it down to 24,000. That number 24 is significant in our culture. As Sabians, which I'm going to talk about a little bit later, we are numerologists, we are ontologists, and we are factologists. These are three attributes of us. Ontology is dealing with the science or the essence of a thing. Yeah, so we're going to get to the root of the thing. Yeah, numerology, always significant when you look at ourselves in Egypt and our culture there. Yeah, we use symbolism to keep knowledge away from the fool, and numbers or numerology is part of our culture. And we deal with facts, the new spirituality in this day and time, as we step through the differences between us and the other races. Our culture deals with factual information. That is our spirituality. Yeah, a step above faith and belief in this day and time. And the new spirituality is facts, not faith and belief. Yeah, why believe when you can know? Understood. So when we deal with how our ancestors communicate information, Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn, the Hindus say avatar, in Islam they say Ilam Mutajasid, is talking about a vehicle or a vessel that's been constructed to enable our ancestors to communicate and speak to us through. And that sounds crazy in this day and time. Obviously, one would have to look at the works to see whether or not, and check the works and study to see whether or not what is being claimed is true. Nobody here just believe it just because one has said it. You know, that's not the Sabian way. Yeah, so one would have to check it out, analyze it, assess it, and seek confirmation of what is being taught. And as we step through, as I say, you'll see that our whole culture starts from the stars, understood, and then, as I say, how we perceive it today is almost certainly important because we are looking from the earth upwards. The elders sometimes say that when they talk about us as human beings here on the Garu, Negroids here on the planet, they say we're trapped behind the 9 ball, because when we're looking at certain information, we can only see it from an earth perspective, and that's a lot of how our information which comes from the stars or us observing stars has been framed. It's been framed from us looking from the earth outwards, yeah, and you have to understand, you have to remember these things, yeah, that the illusionary aspect of that. So if I'm looking at a star constellation, for example, like the Orion star constellation, yeah, a 7-star, 6 major star, but 7-star constellation or whatever, that picture is only observable for me looking at it from the trajectory of Earth. If I go closer to it, understood, that picture of that constellation is not going to be the same. Yeah, if we're getting into just one star like Betelgeuse, for example, or Al-Nilam, you're going to go there, you're going to see thousands of stars and different systems the closer you get to it. So the illusionary aspect of it, or how it looks, is from us, from an Earth, obviously, perspective. Yeah, and this is something that we have to understand, but also at the same time expand our mind to see, well, what is it that our ancestors were doing? Because they like to frame you within this 6,000-year chronology, understood, which we're talking about last class and talking about in this class, this 6,000-year chronology. Why? Who put it there? Yet these are the questions that we're going to touch upon and answer today. So in that 25,000-year cycle, our story must renew itself according to natural nature's laws and rules. And it is the feminine forces, yeah, female forces, feminine, as opposed to femisix, feminine forces of nature that birth, teach us amongst us to come and, as I say, bring us back from ignorance to bring us into what? The right knowledge, right wisdom, right understanding, leading to right overstanding, leading to sound right reasoning. Yeah, this is our giving us back our spiritual science in this day and time, which all races have, is how they connect to their ancestors, their spiritual science, a science that helped us to build pyramids and make great monuments, mounds, let's say in the Americas, yeah, pyramids in ancient Egypt and many places across this planet, understood. And that is our spiritual side that helps us to unify both mentally first, and then the physical unity follows, understood. So when we're looking at some of the characteristics of this change in day and time, we see the reintroduction of our language. This is one of our scripts here called Zabaic. In part one, I went into this in a lot more detail, but you see here Pa in the language, Nabab, and then Yaanuwn. Yeah. So Nabab meaning master in that regard, and we see various different Safuf, S-A-F-U-F. We will get our whiteboard on this platform, hopefully by the next class. But the Safuf script, falsely called hieroglyphs. So the Safuf is what we are relearning, re-giving us back in this day and time, as well as our own language called Sabaic in this day and time. So we see here the Patat symbol with the star or sun in the center, symbolizing the Tat or Nut. Yeah, this symbolizes the sky. Yeah, it gives us let's say that Patat. Yeah, it's symbolizing the heavens. Here we see the Kartush protecting the name or the tone, obviously inside these letters, which all of us, if our name was written correctly, we would have a cartouche around it to protect your tone, your natural tone or your original tone. Remember, is when that sperm hit the ovum and that created a big bang amongst microscopic entities, understood? And when you were born, if we were born in ancient times and we were living our culture, that wab or priest, as part of your naming ceremony, will provide your parents at that time whisper into their ears, giving you your big name and your little name. Your big name was always kept secret. Your little name is what everybody knew you by. You didn't give the person or didn't give people your big name because, like today, if someone, if your name's Jason and somebody calls Jason out in the street, yes, or you, whether it's Jason Smith, or whether, you're going to turn around because your being is connected to that tonation and name, understood? So therefore, someone having control of your name or your tone means they control your being in this world and the next. So we were very particular about the use of tones and names. As you see, one of the things, there's a paradox to some degree, insofar as you know, we are considered by our ancestors dead, even though we exist. So because we don't have a name in their tonation and language that connects and registers with them, we're considered dead. Yeah, until somebody gives you a name. So even though you exist, if you don't have a name, you're not known to exist. Understood? So one of the first things you're given back is you're given back your Tamarian, understood, or cultural name, which in itself resurrects you. Yeah, or brings you back to life as far as your ancestors are concerned. Yeah, we know English is a dead language, so we're giving back our names again and our tones to connect us back in with natural nature. So we see here the palel or stool gives us a pa sound. We see here this is a basket and gives us our Ba'h sound. That's what it represents. We see the two reeds there, and that gives us a ya sound. And the nun bowls, talked about it again in detail in part 1. The nun bowls, that gives us a nu sound. And then we see here the symbolic of the naturally occurring water. So a horizontal line in this fashion gives us the naturally occurring water, as opposed to if it was vertically, those lines are vertical, that would be like man-made, like canals, lakes, things of that nature. Yeah, so this is symbolic. You see the blue color there, so that would be symbolic of the blue Nile, and that gives us our n or n sound in, they would say in English, yeah, or we should put Nile River, but it really should be the Nine River, excuse me, Nine, yeah, river, as opposed to Nile River. And then we see here the symbol for earth. Yeah, so the master Yaanuwn of heaven and earth. Yeah, that 360 degrees of one would say earthly information and 360 degrees of what you call heavenly or esoteric information gives a person 720 degrees. 7 plus 2 is 9. Yeah, in today's universities they don't teach about the universe. Yeah, but you only come out with 1 degree. So everything we do has meaning, yeah, essence, etc. behind it, which you're entitled genetically to uncover. Yeah, that's part of your right as Negroids or Nagaru in this day and time. Yeah, and the pathway to the development of your soul in this life and beyond. Yeah. Now, we talked a little bit about this. I'm not going to go to part 1 for more details, but we talk about in the beginning nothing proceeded, in the middle nothing stays still, in the end nothing is after. It's not about what you accept or what you become. It was and always will be who you are. So we're dealing with this who, not the what. Yeah, I'll say we have to deal with the what, but we are developing the who. This is what is drawing you to these classes. This is what is drawing you to that information. Let me find out more. What's going on? Who am I? No, the world as it appears. No, I don't believe that. You know what I mean? There's certain things that they're talking about. It goes like that. You're trying to find out more about the who you are, having been taught about the what that has been created, understood, and particularly for us in this day and time, in the last so-called kidnapping of our people, falsely called slave trade. Yeah, a made Negro was created. Yeah, a made Negro was created as a part of that bondage. Yeah, and so we find ourselves, particularly in this society, and what this actual fact history goes into is about talking about the fact that through that process of rape and manipulation, so on and so forth, a fake being was created, understood during that period, which now is put up particularly in the media to try and embarrass, shame, disgrace us. You can see, or go on YouTube, you see many examples, be it actors and actresses, be it certain types of musicians, etc., personalities on TV, so on and so forth, plugged out there in the media with a brand of blackness that has nothing to do with our ancient nobility, our royalty, how we held our women, how men held themselves in certain days or whatever. You know, absence of any culture, willing to do anything for fame, money, etc. Understood? And oftentimes what we see happening is that that person or individuals are wearing the cross around their neck, which is a symbol of death. Yeah, in their religion, the cross or crucifix is a symbol of death. But in science of ontology, it is dealing with the mental death, not necessarily the physical death. It's showing that we are mentally dead, understood, when we accept the religions of the dead. Yeah, everybody in their Bible is dead. That is the real Book of the Dead, not the proper name of the Book of the Dead, which is a coming forth by day. Understood? That is the real Book of the Dead. Yeah, and the worship of what Hellenistic practices. Many of you have been to our classes, know this already. This is why, obviously, before, as we uncover the spell, that is why people say to each other, what, good morning, which you already know this. Yeah, is it morning, M-O-R-N-I-N-G, or is it morning, M-O-U-R-N-I-N-G? Yeah, worshipping of the dead, Hades, Hellenistic practices, look it up. Greek sciences, yeah, the worship of the dead and dead forces, 6 ether, as we express it in our language, as opposed to the 9 ether, which represents the living. Understood? So we talk about that who, that separation, and give you those sort of 6 knowledge questions, really: who, what, where, why, when, how. Where, when, why, when, and how, and talking about the separation of those 2 U's, yeah, which we have to be conscious of in ourselves. We've used the what for survival and continue to use the what as survival in this society which we're living in, you know, not by our own rules. Yeah, we talked about, you know, racism to some degree a little bit in part 1, but to evolve that as a book is bringing a new concept. And Mark's always talked about racism in the context of right racism and wrong racism. You look at the Right Knowledge series, we talked about right and wrong racism. Right racism is racial pride. Yeah, you should be proud of who you are by nature, so on and so forth. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, that is wholly correct and exact and right. Wrong racism is the suppression of another race to further your race. That is wrong racism. That is anti-nature or unnatural. Understood? No one should be enslaved to another. It's unnatural by natural law. Even when it comes to relationships, no woman or man should be patterning themselves, for example, after their partner. You are 2 individuals, maybe working as one unit, come together as one, but you are 2 individuals. Hence why it's unnatural when somebody, I say, patterns themselves under the belief, let's say, I say belief specifically, that they are falling in love. Why do we have to fall in love? Why can't we rise in? Yeah, and why is that? And that's another class for another day. And when we get into the genetic kiss and understanding really what love really is and what love is not as well. Maybe that's some important things for us to all know in this day and time. Yeah, the power of sex, which gives one physical power, and the power of mind, which gives one mental power. Yeah, 9/6, as mind must rule over body in this day and time. So when we deal with actual facts, hakaktal hakakat in the Sabaic language, yeah, it's dealing with 9 ways in which we will seek confirmation, as I say, of whether a thing is factual or not. Understood? And so this would apply to any stories or knowledge, I should say, stories, knowledge that we are picking up and analysing or assessing. Understood? And we don't make any, we may talk about extraterrestrials, we may talk about life after death, various different things. But what we confirm today as Sabians is that we are descendants of our ancestors, understood, and this we can prove. Yeah, And so there are various ways in which we have to seek confirmation of a lot more things which are out there. Yeah, and this is why, as I say, your skills, the knowledge test, evidence, experience and reasoning, which was a key skill of ours as Nagaru, ability or skill that we must inherit and cultivate once again. Understood. So we talk about, as I say, the who, and the master teacher is expressing a book called The Proof. I am a who, not a what. I have incarnated this time for you to know only tasu, which is 9 in Sabaic, worthy quests. What, where, when, why, how, who, proof, confirmation, and that which we are seeking to know about then should reveal itself. Yeah, after these 9 different steps. And to do that with everything in your life, confirmation, yeah, you can see that's a real task to live by those principles. You know, we go to the supermarket, we pick up a chicken. Is it a chicken? It's a chicken because it says so on the label. You understand? It looks like a chicken, but do we actually know? If we really applied, you know, those real principles to everything in our life, it'd be seriously hard work. But at least start with where we think our soul is going to, yeah, and where we're putting our emotional energy into, etc., for our own growth and development, individually and also as a race. So we're talking about some genetic subjects in these classes, and we make the statement and say no one wins the race in racism. I talked a little bit earlier about right and wrong racism and how we see it. So one can be racist, yeah, like the violin player is called a violinist, like the cello player is called a celloist, yeah, like the bass player, someone can be called the bassist, yeah, whichever term. It just means that basically you are promoting that particular talent or skill, but we don't deal in race hate, as opposed to how we've been treated is dealing with race hate. And one of the things that the book upgrades and introduced is something called equal racism. Yeah, concept called equal racism. Equal racism is dealing with the fact that all races on the planet should be able to express themselves. They are different genetically. They are different by design. Yeah, they have a different mindset, different culture, different food, different ways in which they are powered, different ways in which we express ourselves, so on and so forth, and have different talents and abilities. And when we are placed equally, yeah, that is really true fairness, liberty, equality, so on and so forth. Unfortunately, Caucasian equal racism says, well, as long as you are wearing uniforms and killing for me or protecting me, as long as you're playing sports for the teams which I own, as long as you're doing the things and worshipping my image in the religions that I tell you to worship through multiple choice, then that's equal. When you start to do things for yourself and learn about things for yourself, not from the sources that he has given you, then what do? When it's black people, oh, they're black supremacists, they're black this, they're black that. When you try and form a new way of life based on the inspiration coming through from your ancestors, oh, they're a cult, which is short for culture. What? Because I don't want to worship a white Jesus. I don't want to believe in the Bible, which, according to you and according to his story in Psalms 46, you count 46 words in, you get the word shake. From the top of the verse, you count 46 words in. From the end of the verse, you get spear. So the hands of William Wright. So is it divine? I mean, this is a question we have to keep asking ourselves, because we don't appear to be winning from following that. Yeah, and we start to get into this is the new information for this day and time. We have to get it into our heads, and I'm not trying to offend anybody. Yeah, I was a Christian myself for many years. I've been a Muslim. We've been all of these different religions, but that is not our culture, and the Bible is not our book. Part one was alluding to and showing you that the Bible history, or the Bible stories on into the Quran, so on and so forth, this is dealing with the creation of the Caucasian race. It's nothing to do with us. You have to go a long way back before you can stamp our story in time. Look up at the night sky and you see where we come from. With the same color as the blackness of space. And in that regard, existence doesn't even have a beginning and ending. If we're talking about this particular universe, then we would say around about 18 billion years. We've been around a long time, which pales in significance, excuse the pun, to the history of the Caucasian race have only been around 6,000 years. Nothing to do with hate or things of that nature. It's trying to do with the fact that somebody here is trying to condition all of the race's mind on the planet for one story, or particularly our race, to do with one story, have us worshipping other than self and kind, when everybody else has their own culture or seemingly has their own ancestors, and everybody's fine with it. The moment we start to do something for ourselves, all of a sudden, no, that's black supremacy. So equal racism is something or a process that we live by, understood? Not race hate, but you being able to express yourself for who and what you are. You cannot do that expressing or imitating or being in the image of somebody else's culture. It's impossible. Time needs to be restarted, as we talked about in part one, understood, where time for us as the master teachers introduce starts with firsts, not seconds, because we were here first. And according to nature, first will be last and last will be first to go. That's how the system works, and we can look into the science of that as we step through these classes. So we have gone on a journey on a, let's say it's on a long walk on a short path, meaning that we had to gather a lot of info, or obtain or absorb, I should say, a lot of information in a very short space of time. And that process started officially in 1970. They referred to it as the, excuse me, the last hour. Understood? The first half an hour symbolic, or 60 minutes, is symbolic of 2 sets of 30 years. From 1970 down to the year 2000, and then the year 2000 up to 2030. The time where this being Anunnaqi Rakata, in housing Dr. Malachi Z York at Ba'h B'ah Vessel, is conveying this information to us on behalf of our ancestors. And what this shows you is that there have been many great teachers, many people who have sacrificed along the way, but we highlight these particular 7 as formulating a pathway to enable us in this day and time to be ready to receive that true guidance or restoration of our spiritual science known as Wu-Sabat, that factual information, to be ready for it. When he first came, he had to make the statement, I came giving you what you want, so you would learn to want what I really came to give. Because when he came with Wu-Sabat in the 60s, it was too heavy, people wasn't ready for it. They wanted to worship, they wanted to deal in religion, so on and so forth. And so he walked us through these various different degrees. Understood the degree of Mosesism, Christism. Moses is the principal character there. Christism, Christ is the principal character there. Mohammedism, and then as we talked about, it's the same part one. Each of those has an esoteric side. All of it leaving us, so Sufism, Mohammedism, Magiism, Christism, and then Kabbalism is dealing with Mosesism, so the spiritual esoteric sides of those doctrines, but it all comes out of ancient Sumer. And we're going to spend a good amount of time today helping the audience to understand, who are these Anunnaki, what are they, the deities of the Bible and the Quran, what was their motivation, what was their purpose, and how do they link in with the Caucasian race, and then how do they link in with us as Nagaru, and why is it relevant? So we're only learning about this because it's relevant to our story. If it's not relevant, there's no point learning about its masses of knowledge out there. It's only relevant if it's useful to where we came from, how it affects us in our present, and then how we can use it to take control of our future. Yeah, part of the problem they express in their Bible is that the mystery of this God should be finished. Yeah, this is what they predict according to their Bible, that the mystery of God should be finished, uncovered. Yeah, who is the who's behind the curtain? Stood on their kind of Wizard of Oz story. Yeah, so we've given God or the supreme being many different attributes, which necessarily the book doesn't describe it like that. So we've got one definition in our mind, yeah, my faith, my belief, my God, and then what the book says, which is supposed to be what influenced that concept, because none of us came out of the womb saying God, Allah, Yahweh, Krishna, Buddha. We didn't come out of the womb saying this, but we did come out of the womb, interesting enough, programmed, knowing where to get food from the breast. We knew how to cry, to make noise, to get attention. And all these different triggers that come along, yeah, which kick on how to walk, how to do things, how to move our eyes, our head, etc. All these different triggers seem to be in there, pre-programmed. Yeah, should be called or should be understood as the spirit in a person. Yeah, the personality aspect, the DNA, the RNA. Yeah, some certain things are pre-programmed in there, but allegedly the person or being who created all of us all, that wasn't pre-stamped in there for us to come out and give the praise like everybody does when they win an award or for acting or win an award for making some album, etc. Well, if God's helping actors and actresses and musicians to win awards and footballers to score goals, then who's looking after all the sick children in the world? You understand? Who's dealing with all the famine in the world? Yeah, if God's so busy helping all these Hollywood actresses and actors and musicians, so on and so forth, which is what we always hear when somebody picks up an award. So the mystery of what all of this is should be finished. For us, what that really is saying is, well, actually, we need to go way, way back, yeah, to the ultimate origin of things, yeah, before we can then come forward and then take that knowledge of the past and bring it forward and make it relevant to today. And that is why your ancestors birthed teachers from amongst us to come and set the record straight. Understood? Because we are the same, in inverted commas, having the descendancy connected to those ancient Egyptians, but we're not the same personality of people. The genes have tumbled forward. We've had different experiences, yeah, epigenetic changes, so on and so forth. So we're not the same mindset in that regard in terms of being influenced by environmental and other factors. So therefore, a doctrine has to be designed for us in this day and time who have a different mindset, yeah, new information for a new day and time, not that old world information, yeah, that they keep wanting to kick into you about slavery, so on and so forth. No, new information to prepare you for the day and time that we are living in right now. So, Wu-Sabat is the culture, yeah, the way of life. Sabbatia or Sabbatiyi, as you see there, is the language. Yeah, Sabbaik is the language of this, and we are known as Musbatu. So Musbatu, one who is of Sabbat, obviously, and that relates back to the Sirius star constellation. And you see our ancestors, and I'll flip through these again, going to part one for a lot more detail. In this relates back to the Sabian culture, understood, and as I say, the two star constellations, many we are do all existence, but the two stars particularly of interest to us are the Orion star constellation and the Sirius star constellation, as you see here, a side profile of the Giza pyramids, and why our ancestors were interested, because this is the divine origin of where our DNA came from, or one version of us, I should say, our DNA came from, in terms of male DNA coming from Orion. That's why you see they refer to it now, this is the King's Chamber, and feminine DNA came from Sirius. They refer to this as the Queen's Chamber. Then on the other side here, we see chambers linked to the Draco star constellation, which is that same dragon we talk about in Revelation chapter 12, verse 7. Yeah? So you need to start to look and understand, this is interesting, male, female, and then on this side, reptilian. You understand? What's all this about? You know, what's being said here? What's being expressed? Why did they build this particular monument? Yeah. Oh, you think we're crazy saying about extraterrestrials? Or why did the greatest people or greatest human beings that the world has ever known or seen, why were they building monuments aligned with star constellations? You know, thousands of light years away, as we expressed in part 1. I think it's been like 5.8 trillion miles is one light year. Yeah, so Orion being almost 9,000 light years. Understood? I mean, this is a serious amount of distance. Orion being, Sirius, being almost 9 light years, and obviously Orion, as you can see from the slide, being over 1,000. It's a serious amount of distance, not something that someone in their human form, at least, would reach in a single lifetime, not with current technology that we see today. So the question is, well, why are they building? Why are they doing this? What's the interest, and what's the culture, and what's the religion, if you want to use that word loosely? Yeah, Za'am, we say in the Sabbatic language. Yeah, what is it? Translates to English as opinion or viewpoint. You know, what is it that they were thinking about when they were designing this? And don't try and tell me that it's down to the Pharaoh's ego. You know, black people today and black people back then, they're not just going to follow something else just because some guy is interested in it. There's got to be some kind of divinity or to it, or higher thing that they would invest, you know, millions, hundreds of millions, and decades of time into building some of these monuments, understood, and perfecting them, and where they were part, as I say, of their way of life, not something that was separate to other things that they were doing in life. So, as I say, we talk about this in detail in part 1, so we're going to move on from this, but it relates to the, as I say, the Saba people, the host of them, which is talking about sun. So that's what we talk about the Parnatharu, or our ancestors, that is what we're dealing with. Yeah, suns. Yeah, the stars that you see in the so-called sky there, that is what we're dealing with, and that is what we were aligned to. As it talks about here, the visible creators of the multiverse. Yeah, and we are the terrestrial representation of the sun. Yeah, hence why we burn blackness. Yeah, we burn black, and this was a symbol of our ancestors, known as the Natharu, in, let's say, the Safuf script, show as three flags, yeah, translated as overseers. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to move forward to part 1, or the end of part 1, so we can get into some of the detail that we'll talk about today. Any questions, Manthu or Horenhead?
Right. We have a few questions here.
Go ahead.
From Edward. Right. His first question was, are these classes being packaged and shelved for future teachers to deliver classes? That's his first question. And his second question is our master teacher our living equivalent of an Ark of a Covenant? Have you got that one?
Sorry, is the master teacher a living equivalent of the Ark of the Covenant?
It says of an Ark of a Covenant. Yeah.
Well, the Ark of the Covenant is a I suppose in that sense is a biblical term in that regard. As he's never described himself in that regard. What I would say is that if you look at certain symbols of use, at one time they referred to him as the man of the hour. And if you look at the hourglass symbol, which is basically seemingly as a pyramid type shape into a center or a core or sphere, and then it comes back out again, that may be the way to visualize. So you've got many, i.e. many different ancestors, understood upon a thyroid, you see the U at the end denotes plurality, feeding into a singular or a point or a center, and then that person then outputting that information out to many. Yeah, so when you look at Wu-Sabat, it's the key to transform information into information into outformation. And in this particular instance, we're receiving outformation and it's being converted into information or a form that we can absorb to reconnect us back to natural nature. Understood? So we're receiving a lot of different frequencies, etc., from our ancestors. Wu-Sabat is a frequency that has to be interpreted and converted into a form that we can understand, being that we're vibrating so low. Obviously, the Ark of the Covenant in the biblical story was a radio or a connection device for those Adamites to speak to, the Anunnakis or the Levitical priest to speak to their Anunnaki. So no, he's not an equivalent to that. That's a biblical term in that regard. So our radio to our ancestors is by way of our spiritual rituals. And actually, if you do some research on the hypothalamus gland, you find that when it is stimulated in certain ways, that is our radio to connect with our ancestors. The other question, are these classes being packaged for student teachers? We have a student teacher organisation called the Madrasu Tashrak, so if people's interested in becoming teachers, seek acceptance into that particular organisation, and you can learn how to teach and do what I'm doing and many others. Any other questions?
There's one from Kemi.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why is the Bible always used as a reference point?
Because it's, if not one of the, it's the best-selling book on the planet today. So it's influenced, certainly has an influence in the ways in which the God concept has been communicated across the world. When we talk about Bible, we're not so much, Bible is I suppose a shortened term, but we're talking about the monotheistic religions, because you've got the Torah in there, obviously Psalms, Revelations obviously is contained within there as well, and the Bible gave birth to the Torah gave birth to the New Testament or the Second Testament, and the Second Testament gave birth to the Quran, which some refer to as the Third Testament. So it's only a reference to do certain classes that we're talking about, because some people are into that particular school of thought. That's where their God concept emerged from. Even sometimes if they've stepped back and consider themselves conscious, if that's the proper word or whatever, people are still talking about Most High, talking about various different terminologies or whatever, which came from the Bible. So it's not a reference of fact, it's just a reference of what we refer to as theology, or we use it for certain times for comparative studies. In a sense, it's not a book of facts. So that's why we use, or that's why it's referenced at certain points.
Right. There's another point, another part to his question, which I think he typed, and it was picked up by the other admin. He also wants to know, it says, why is the Bible always used as a reference point, but denounced at the same time?
I think I just answered that.
You answered it already.
For comparative study.
Okay.
Okay, for comparative study.
Okay. Doctor.
Any other questions?
That's it.
Horam Heb, any questions?
No further questions.
No questions at the moment. Okay. If I've not answered those as you wanted, or you want a question further, by all means, just please go ahead so I can add greater clarity if needed.
One more question has just come through.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. Says, since the Bible is, this is from Tunji, since the Bible is out of date, does that mean the rapture of Revelation and Matthew 24 has happened?
So, so it's not, when you say it is out of date, it's not our book. The rapture that you talk about, which maybe most people on the phone don't know, maybe might not know about in Matthew 24. Yes, many of those things in those prophecies have happened. Many of those prophecies, in fact, relate to ancient Rome, but obviously history has the tendency to do what? Repeat itself, correct? So, depending on how it's used and interpreted, it could be applied to today, because history repeats itself. But it's not a book that is living for us in this day and time. Understood?
That's it.
Yep. Okay. Right. So let me get on to part two. There's a lot of stuff I think we covered in part one, so let me just try and get to where we want to start today. Okay. Right. So we covered, I say, a lot of stuff in part one. So YouTube classes, or YouTube channel, excuse me, it's got part one there. That's the reference. If you're struggling with that, or by all means, just message us and we can connect you with that. But if you just do a search on All Eyes in Egypt, Midlands in the North, you pick up that YouTube channel. That's us on Facebook, All Eyes in Egypt MN, standing for Midlands in the North. And then, as I say, the Sapien Worldwide UK site is at unw-online-uk.org. Now, when we deal with history, I'm going to go, let's say, over. I'm not going to cover everything for this large book. It's got a lot of different subjects in it. But say, if you've got the book and there's anything you want to ask, or say, reiterate, by all means, ask, and I'll do my best to answer that today. But for those who've not read that book or don't have that book, we're going to get into some of the subjects that it's talking about in part one, and then evolve that now to where we are right now. So the interesting thing in the first 7 verses is quite useful. And one of the things about actual fact, I think it's a good question that the person raised about the Bible, because in actuality, if we were just dealing with Wu-Sabat, we would be nowhere near those monotheistic books in terms of talking about them. But obviously, our people are still in them, so everything has to be fitted and tailored for our people, isn't it? You understand, of where they're at mentally. We don't just deal with, as you saw from our growth over the first 30 years on into the second 30 years, the hereafter. We've covered many subjects, setting the record straight, including masonry, including many different subjects, life, health, so on and so forth. So the Bible is just one aspect, but it still dominates the thinking. It's pushed for a certain reason, and this is what we're going to touch upon in a little bit today. So if you look at verse 1, saying, by way of Ranan, name of Parnathar, overseer, who came down upon the Mata, earth, Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn, in order to lakun, teach Wu-Sabat to you all. And so it's setting out his purpose, understood, whether he is who he is. You would have to test and prove that for oneself. He says, I am Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn, also called Atumre. I am not ashamed of Wu-Sabat, because it is the way of Musbatu Sabians for their tahlas, salvation. That is every one of them who accepted me and what I Nazula incarnated to Lakun teach. So when they talk about Atum Ray, so it'd be good if I probably had a picture of this, but I haven't, so I have to describe it verbally. In ancient Egypt, in our symbolism in ancient Tamaray, we had our symbolism is around the movement of the sun as it appears to move from somebody standing on the surface of the planet Earth looking upwards. So our Tumray is considered to be the rising sun, yeah, A-T-U-M, the rising sun, or Tum is the position, I should say. When the sun is in that position, you add Reye to it. Yeah, so it becomes a tumor when the sun is in that position. That is the sun as it appears to rise in the morning. The next position is the sun at its highest point in the sky, which at noon point, sometimes considered to be noon and 3 p.m. And that is called Atun Reye or Atun Ray. Yeah, A-T-U-N. Yeah, Atun. So that's the point of the sun at the middle point in its highest point in the sky. And then, yeah, Amun Ray, A-M-U-N. Amun is the position. You have the sun as it appears to set, and when the sun's in that position, you add Reye to it. And obviously, all religions today, monotheistic religions, they end their prayers in the term Amen for Christians, Omein for Hebrews, and Amin for the Muslims. Understood, and that is symbolic of Amun. Amun Ray, or the deity Amun Ray, your ancestor Amun Ray. And it symbolizes 3 different positions, and it can overlay on many different things for us symbolically. So when a person wakes up in the morning, for example, that is their Atum Ray point. Yeah, as you then start to get more energy, your blood starts to liquefy and gets more fluid, you get more energy. Yeah, that middle point for you in that day where you're most energetic, that's your Atun Reye point. And then when you're ready to retire to sleep, understood? Yeah, so sleep is the sister's death. You retire, that is your Amun Ray point. And then the sun, so this is if you imagine the sun panning across the sky from east over to the west, and then it was seemingly thought to go underneath the ground or into the sea and then resurrect in the morning. The middle point, i.e. opposite of the Atun Ray point, is Anun Ray. Understood? Yeah, so that is, it is perceived but not seen. So if you think about in the so-called when the sun is the planet's in a state of shadow as opposed to what they call night, which means the absence of light, there's no such state in a state of shadow. You can feel the sun, but you can't see it. Yeah, so you know it's there, but you can't see it. That is that Anun Ray point. Understood? So we resurrect at that Atum Ray point from ignorance, symbolically of darkness, although darkness is not really ignorance, but it's symbolic of that ignorance. We resurrect then at that Atum Ray point for these 3 different stages, isn't it? Right knowledge, then into right wisdom, and then right understanding. Do you understand what I'm saying? So this is symbolic of that first stage. Yeah, Atum, excuse me, comes, or the dung beetle, symbolically, was considered to push the sun across the sky, and the symbol of one of our ancestors, or the anthropomorphic symbol of one of our ancestors, is Khafre. Yeah, Khafre. Look him up. Khaf Reye. Khaf dash Ray, R-E, or we say Reye, R-A-Y-A-Y. Yeah, Khafre. And it means a transformational power of Ray. And when you see him depicted, he's oftentimes sitting in a chair, and he has the head of a scarab or that dung beetle. Understood? And this is symbolic, if you think about it or look at it, about in this day and time, the mind of our people being transformed through these various different stages. Yeah. So when he says, or making reference to the fact Atum Ray, he's making reference, obviously, of this transformational power, obviously, of mental transformation that we need to go through in this day and time, which being unified through factual information or facts by way of Wu-Sabat, the physical unity will then follow, because our strength is in our unity, and it's also part of our natural nature characteristics to live for and by one another. So it said, I'm not ashamed of Wu-Sabat, because it's the Sabian salvation of those who accept. So many teachers have come, and I'm not saying somebody should accept it, because we say you have to do the research and look into it, like with any teacher. But what happens is we always rail against and battle against our own, and are happy to accept information from any and every source, understood, particularly, as I say, and the way we're sort of conditioned is when the white man says it or confirms it, then it's true. Yeah, rather than us accepting what came from our own. I mean, we look at those seven teachers, I think, that we showed. If you look at their, they did many great things, but look at many of the endings, what happened to them. Marcus Garvey died a poor man. Noble Drew Ali murdered. Honorable Elijah Muhammad poisoned. Yeah. Dr. Malachi Z imprisoned. Falls in prison for 135 years. It doesn't end well for our people. How many others can you say have been killed, murdered, character assassinated, yeah, for trying to help our people, for trying to get this information, not even trying, for seeking to get this information out there to us, yeah, to reverse many of the ills and injustices that have been done to our race. So it says, first for Pa Nagarnadu, the Negroids, then for all others. So this information, Wu-Sabat, is for us. As many teachers, we talked a little bit, that's in part one. Each of different races have their own teachers sent to them, yeah, to raise them. So you cannot choose your religion. Understood? It has to relate to your DNA, your genetics, and then your genetics relates to your etheric, your Salafi, your physical ancestry, who are no longer with us, but then also your etheric ancestry, i.e. who designed, who grew you. Understood? Because they were once in the physical and now have evolved to higher levels of existence as energy, and therefore laid a pathway for you to evolve into what they are, to rejoin them again. You understand? This is just one stage in our growth process. Yeah, some say Earth is a school. You know, this planet is a school to develop. Yeah, we don't pass away; we pass on. So we don't. Yeah, we pass on, yeah, to higher states of existence. It's not the end for us at death, unlike many others. So, in Wu-Sabat, righteousness from Pa Nathara, the overseers, as revealed in Pa Tarak, the way. So our culture given to us after the devil's rule ended in the year 2000, so to speak, or that 6,000 year rule ended, and now being given a new way of life for us, actual facts and the culture of Pa Tarak, yeah, all under Wu-Sabat, yeah, to correct our being, understood, to get us right and exact according to and in tune back with natural nature. Yeah, a righteousness that is by way of Hakak al-Hakakat, actual facts, from the first to last Madatat words. Just as it is sent down, the righteous will live by these Madatat words, the most beautiful words. So obviously, when you look in an actual facts scroll, and you see here, it's referred to as the beautiful words, yeah, and these are various types of papyrus as one of our types of books there, and you see here in the language Wu-Sabat there, and various other symbols, not particularly clear, so I won't go into loads of detail, but we see here the symbols of two eyes, yeah, the right eye here representing the sun, Rayeh, known as Hujat in the language, or Hudat in the language, yeah, and is the eye of a vulture. Yeah, and then we see the left eye is symbolic of the moon there, and it is the eye of a cobra. Yeah, showing us, say, two sides of our being, the Parnatharu side, yeah, the Nupu side, excuse me, and then we have the side of us which is the demigod side, yeah, which we talked about, well, we touched upon in part one, under descendant of the son of Asar and Ashtat, or you can say, some say Osiris and Isis, yeah, who was Ha or Hara, which you find, as say, on the 20th chromosome. If we go way back, yeah, interesting enough, the Western scientists of today, yeah, named, yeah, this extension called HA1, Human Accelerated Region, HA1, which gives us, say, the intelligence over and above the animal kingdom as HA1. This was something that was introduced into the genome by the Parnatharu, which caused us, as I say, to accelerate over and above, let's say, the normal human being. See, through mixing, other races do have HA1. It has many different properties to it. Excuse me, that are uncovered in our doctrine as we evolved, understood. But as I say, one of the ways in which our ancestors evolved and triggered certain points of our development within our existence. Let's try and get that to you well. Sorry if this is making you a bit sick. Right, so now, just as sent down, writing by these beautiful words, you see what that relates to and what that means. The wrath of Fatir al-Fatah, natural nature, is being revealed from heaven against all the unrighteous who deny Wu-Sabat or turn their back after they knew it was the true way of life and Hathab culture, and to turn to the ways of Jewedness, wickedness, of the Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn, the Adamites, who suppressed the Hakal Hakakat actual facts for 6,000 years by their Jewedness, wickedness, and Sakam power to cast Haji'at, spells taught to them by Parnafalu, the Nephilim. Understood. So we talked about this in great detail in part one, about how this spell, as I say, has been cast on our people through the ages over the last 6,000 years. And it's why we can't remember the culture of Wu-Sabat, or how we built the pyramids, what the culture was that sat behind it, so on and so forth. Yeah, it has caused us to forget, yeah, through amnesia, which is the first aspect of the spell. Other aspects of the spell obviously had us worshipping things outside of self. Yeah, when you look at the monotheistic religions today, what they are calling God, if you really delve into it in detail, is nothing more than the sun 93 million miles away. That is the Most High. Yeah, look at Psalms 84, I think 11, and various other things. The sun is the S-U-N sun. Yeah, or in their case, the worship of fire. Yeah, through a person, an Anunnaki by the name of Ahura Mazda, understood, which Abraham and those of the Abraham religion, that's who they really, well, that's who Abraham worshipped, I should say, before he converted, they say, in their biblical story at least, to the worship of the Most High. But he worshipped a sun god by the name of Ahura Mazda, who actually is an Anunnaki, as revealed in the, well, dealing with Zoroastrianism in the Santa religion, which you can look up today. Yeah, the worship of nature. Understood? We didn't worship nature, we were a part of nature. Yeah, the sons that we were looking to and showing reverence and respect to, that's our ancestors. Understood? Yeah, you look at the word ancestor, that word, and if you look it up, it means son. Yeah, you really see they translate that, you're really saying ancestors. Yeah, and we are referred to as descendants because we descended down from that energy or that gaseous state, understood, to become it, to incarnate as terrestrial representations of the sun. Hence, we have a solar plexus, understood. So these hajj act or spells, as I say, particularly in this 6,000 years and these modern day and time, yeah, the Caucasian supremacy has been cast, or the Adamite supremacy has been cast through the media, yeah, which we talked about in great detail in part one. And hence you have casting Asians, casting agents, and they cast people for films, yeah. And many of the things that have made us feel bad about ourselves and things of that nature, it's been through the media, advertising, various different forms, the education system, so on and so forth. But it lends itself well. Or what's been most powerful is movies and the media, and still relates to be a problem in this day and time. And so, now we talk about the wrath from heavens. It's very interesting, being that everybody's going through what they are at the moment. If you look at through etymology, interesting enough, the word influenza, interesting word there, isn't it? Look at this word influenza. Let's bring it on the screen for you. Hopefully this works. Look at this word influenza. Yeah, so we see here infectious disease known to be a virus usually caused by an epidemic. But look at what the source, influenza, Italian, influenza epidemic, originally visitation or influence of the stars. Interesting. Yeah. And also linked to the word influence. Something to think about on that one. Yeah, so where the flu comes from, or where they're saying the flu comes from by way of the words. And the master recently expressed in an update, when you look up Ebola, for example, that Ebola originally came from Italy, yeah, or Rome, I should say. Not supposed to say Italy, it's the modern word, but Rome, not Africa. Yeah, I think the plague of Siberian, I think it's referred to as, you look it up in some detail. Yeah, and interesting, you know, what's happening in this day and time. So let's get back to where we were. So it sets a picture. I think that's the first 7 verses. And who are these Ba'h Nephalu or Nephilim? Yeah, which is an interesting thing. But here we're just going to do is say, I'm going to read all of the whole thing. But it's saying, since what could have been known, Ba'h Nephalu overseers, is plain to them, because Ba'h Nephalu overseers has made it plain. 9. For since making their making, talking about the Adamites, by Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn, the Pleiadians, it's been plain to them that the visible qualities outweigh their invisible beliefs of Tayaf, ghost, spectre, and Ka'ul, spirits in Kashar, flesh. Yeah, the eternal Sakam power and Sayem, divine Fatir al-Fatar, natural nature, have been clearly seen, been made so that mortals, both man and man's kind, are without excuse. So when we compare Caucasian culture with that of us as Negroids, Nagaru blacks in this day and time, you see that our culture is visible. Things are in stone. They're still lasting there today. Many monuments, many great things that we did. But when we try and look at the same qualities understood by these Adamites, we cannot find the evidence of the greatness. We cannot find the evidence or the origin of where they came from. Understood? The way they tell the story in their origin for their Bible today, we have not found any of these characters that they so-called say exist and that many people around the world today base their souls upon. Yeah, where are the bones of Adam? Where are the bones of Eve? Where are the bones of Abraham? Where are the bones of Moses? Where are the bones of these individuals? Where's the Garden of Eden? Where's the Tower of Babel? Yeah, where are these things? Yeah, it's only 6,000 years old. There's things older on the planet that they're finding every day. And the so-called Tamaraean or the Egyptian ancestry were thought to be myth at one time, and now all of a sudden they appear to be finding bodies. Not our way of doing things. We don't dig up the bodies and bones of our ancestors to learn from them. Another reason why you can see what we teach and what we know and what we receive comes from above. Yeah, no first world people, do you see them, indigenous people, tribes around the planet today, do you see them digging up the bones of their ancestors? to learn about. Yeah, but knowledge still evolves, grows, is renewed. Yeah, so this is the point being made here. Where is this stuff? Only beliefs in ghosts, fairies, all kind of mythologies. Next week in England, I think it's St. George's Day. St. George is supposed to have fought a dragon. These are stories that we're supposed to believe. This is culture. Yeah, Romulus and Remus, the origin of Rome. Yeah, they were suckled by a she-wolf named Estracan. Yeah, go and look up the names of the countries. Yeah, when you look up certain names of our countries, Nigeria, where it's got the word Niger or nigger in there, it means black in Latin. Sudan, land of the two blacks. Yeah, these names describe a people. Go and look at the European countries and see what they describe, the various different names. So where is their origin of things? Where are they from? These are questions that are being answered and continue to be answered in this day and time by Wu-Sabat. So when we look, we start to get into, we did show this, but we probably go into that much detail, but here we see two helix strands that we're interested in for the purpose of today's class. So one is the helix of the Morozaku or Riskian, so which is the name that the Egyptians referred to as, or they became known as the Natharu, where the English word nature comes from. Yeah, it's translated as overseers. But their name or who they are is Morozaku, yeah, from a linked galaxy or counter universe to this one, the 19th galaxy from Risk, and Sirius, or the Sirius star constellation of Sabat, is the border between the 18th and the 19th galaxy. Understood? We're in 18, they're in 19. Understood? And these are our etheric ancestors. Word here meaning providers. Yes, we are their descendants or children. And when we look at chromosomally, where our DNA comes from, obviously under a project called Project 24, one of the seeding projects of life here on Earth, you see it giving birth to body, soul, spirit, of 9 principles of us, 9 etheric, and we talked about this a little bit in, I think, part 1 as well, about 9 different characteristics or 9 different, excuse me, 9 different species of Negroid as part of that, based on 9 etheric beings in our formulation, and that number still permeates through today in our culture. We talk about the Ogdoads, us in that water phase, we talk about 8 beings in the culture. Then moving on to the Greeks refer to as the Enneads, Subthetu, etc., where it talks about 9. Still 9 beings, yeah? So coming out the waters and onto land, talks about 9 beings. Even today, 9 forces that converge into one to give birth to a universe. We look at the sperm, for example, and if you was to cut the tail of the sperm and you look at it under electron microscope, you would see 9 holes, or what they refer to as centrioles, yeah, which take the sperm or energy and verse it in, or germ energy, excuse me, and take it into one, verse it into one form, understood, to formulate what the sperm delivers to the egg in terms of the process of life as we find ourselves today as male and female. So here, 9 etheric beings also having 9 different, as I say, species within our race. Yeah, so those in South Africa, we find they are more caramel in colour, but very tight scales. They're the original, yeah, the Sands people. And then moving up to a place like Congo, so very dark skin. So within that, we have various different hues in terms of the human being, 9 different species within our race. Understood? Yeah, and so we gave birth to the brown and yellow races, having that soul force, yep, from our ancestors. And let's get back to where we were. Yeah. So, producing a man of Nupu, good nature. So Nupu is the 9 ether forces, positive in nature, dealing with life, living, so on and so forth. As you see, advocates of ontology, yeah, science of the essence of being, facts and confirmation. Yeah. So one way we're described as is as excuse me, animists, insofar as we accept or have the viewpoint that we descended from a soul force. So we were energy before we came into this material plane, that all things go back to soul. Yeah, the differentiation between the material plane which you're in and then going back to the energy plane pre-hydrogen. That's probably the most accurate description. You understand? When we go pre-hydrogen into the quantum physics world, yeah, where our soul emanates from. Understood? So we have a soul, we descend from a soul force or energy force first. Now, this is opposed to the Anunnaki helix, which again, in the image here, produced by the Mukamahu. This is the Pleiadians, understood? So the 2 different groups of extraterrestrials here. I'm going to get into them as we step through this class. Produced Adapa, who the Bible calls Adam, in that story, and as we touched upon, produces the Caucasians or Caucasoids, 6 ethos of 6 species that we touched upon last week in terms of describing physical ethos of 6 species within their race. They will come from 6 sets of genetic pools, 6 on the ether level for the females, and then 5 for the males, which symbolically gives you those 11 sons of Canaan. You find Genesis chapter 10 in their Bible. This produced 2 different types of Caucasians. So the red, or the ruddy race, yeah, which is what that word Adam actually means, red and ruddy. Yeah, Adapa, as part of a long process of development, experimentation, growth. We got down to the 6,000 years ago, and then within that there was a disease called leprosy or leproma, which produced Laen, or who they call Canaan or Laban, which produced the white race. So this housed a disease called leproma, and this out of manipulation. Yeah, so a made being, in this case without a soul. And even in their Bible, you reference that in Joshua 5, chapter 1. So here, man's kind, or a kind of man, representing Zupu. Yeah, so when we looked at Zupu and Nupu, you see that the N is turned to the side to give you the forces of Zupu. Yeah, you kind of negative and positive. Yeah, the forces of decay, destruction, and advocates of theology, faiths, and beliefs. So we move from a time where we go from original facts, yeah, things were known, solid, and over time and age, as I say, things weaken away from the original strength and forces, and as I say, that also represents various different ideologies and belief systems. Hence why a renewal of our story is required, yeah, to set the record straight again. Any questions?
Yes, there's a question here from iHotep, and he says, if the Bible today is not our book, which is the book we should go by?
Patriarch and actual facts.
How with that?
Any questions? Manthu?
Right, there's Tunji has asked, is it possible to increase the volume a little bit? I'm not sure if he needs to increase on his side because it's okay where I am. and I think for everybody else, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose if I increase the volume, I could get distortion. So,
Throw things off, yeah.
Yeah, that's what's at me.
Tunji, if you can just try and increase it on your side.
If it is a problem, I will turn it up a touch. We kind of tested. I think last time my excitement caused a lot of distortion on the mic, so I'm reticent to turn it up just in case it causes that again. But if it's a problem, just shout back, and we'll try and fix that for you.
Okay, no more questions.
No more questions. Okay, right. Let's step through this. It's interesting that we think that. I mean, it's a good question actually, but it's interesting that we think that the Bible is the only book. This is just the point that we're saying here, that these books of monotheistic religion are the only ones. There's thousands of manuscripts and books that are relevant to human existence and human development, etc. Thousands certainly that were written in ancient Africa, and a lot that have been destroyed and burned down. Many, which we talked about equal racism earlier, many of which have been hidden from you. This is what racism has produced. Yeah, many books have been hidden, even the ones that relate to the Bible. 1947, in the caves of Qumran, I think something like 11,000 different manuscripts found over a 7-year period, which have never been really released into the world. Which, if released, would basically they call it Qumran scrolls. If they were released, they would basically tear up the kind of Western view of the Bible and worldview of the Bible and those various different books. They've never been released into the world because certain people want you to have a certain view of what the world looks like and what the religious world looks like, because it allows them control. Now, we asked you to do a little bit of homework. So I don't know if people did that homework. If you did do the homework, now's the time, post it in the chat, or if you want to come on live and speak, then you can do that as well, if you're confident enough to do so. But here, interesting enough, we see the science of Nupu and Zupu tied into two persons from the Anunnaki hierarchy. One Enki, which means ruler of the earth, and one Enlil, which means ruler of the skies. Understood? And the breaking down, so the bee being associated with Nupu, and the fly being associated with Zupu. Now, interesting enough, on some of our hieroglyphs, in some of our military, we have both symbols of the fly and the bee on some of our iconography. Understood? But here it's interesting that the natures of these two are related to, as I say, these two individuals. Yeah? So if you've done that homework, put it on, and then, as I say, we'll go into that and see where everybody is with that question, so we can go into more detail on what it uncovers. Understood? So these are signs and symbols for us there in nature. So when we stopped off, as I say, at Sumerianism, where we say gave birth to the monotheistic religions today, and then we start looking at who is sitting in the various different seats, because as we expressed in part one, what you're looking at oftentimes when you see the words like God, Lord God, Almighty, various different other titles, you are looking at the job title of the individual according to the way it's been translated in that book, not what the person's name is or whether the person, because this is one of the things about spell breaking. Well, not only is who's sitting in the seat and what's their purpose, but are they good or bad for you? Yeah, are they positive or negative towards you? Because positive and negative or good and bad is not an absolute. Understood? It depends who is dealing with. So Caucasians now could argue understood that slavery for them was a positive thing for their race. They may be apologizing for it now, but they're keeping all the wealth and the money that they acquired that helped build, the system that they sit on today. They're not giving that back. So sorry without money. They say faith without works. Maybe sorry without money is not a real sorry, isn't it? If you benefited from many of the atrocities that you've done against a certain people. So the reality of the situation is, and this is something that you learn originally in that 9-ball series, isn't it? That the slave and the slave master cannot have the same God, because the slave must seek an alternative source or form of power to seek liberation. Yeah, because whoever helped, whichever God was there for the Caucasians, helped them to put the Nagaru into slavery. Yeah, they've taught you about the one God concept. It doesn't even exist even in their Bible. The Bible starts off at 3+. Elohim is 3 or more. Yeah, from Elo, singular, Elohim, dual, and Elohim is 3 or more. Don't believe me? Look it up. Yeah, the equivalent of the English S. It's a plural at the start. So they teach one thing, and then when you start digging and looking ontologically and start going into the detail of these things you've been taught to do by Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn, the master teacher, understood, you start uncovering, no, the way they say it don't even go like that. The way they've told the stories, it don't go like that. Simple things, simple truths, simple things that we have believed for years and years and years. You go in there, you read it for yourself, but you don't say that. It's something different in the language. So who is sitting in these seats of power? Well, Enki, is the Yahweh of the Bible. Enlil is Ba'h in their Bible, the copied stories. His name or his position was Enki when he came here to Earth, around about 99,000 years ago in soul form first. I'm going to get into that more in some detail. Nudi Mudi is his name, and he was considered Yahweh, which in Sumerian, Yah is agreeable and Wei is disagreeable. That's the two types or personalities. His descendants, and those under him were referred to Dilgir, the righteous ones of the rocket ship, who the Bible refers to as seraphim. Understood? Yes, one of his sons, Marduk or Michael, as referred to in the Bible, El-Arab, which means the sustainer. When we look on Enlil's side, Enlil, En, ruler, Lil for the skies, his name is Nunamir, and he is known as Baal or Baal Adad in the Bible, as they call him in the Bible. Again, stories copied from those tablets that we talked about in the previous class, the Enuma Elish and Atra Hassis. Now, his descendants were referred to as Ikiki, we see there, or Igigi, and these are the cherubim. These are supposed to be the so-called good angels, correct? And these are supposed to be the so-called evil angels. Understood? But it just happened to be descendants of two different groups of extraterrestrials. Now, Nanar is the equivalent of who they're calling Satan, etc. in the Bible. He's also known as Sin. And we see him, we're going to talk about a little bit his interaction with who they're calling Titi or Eve in the Bible, and they produced a son, which we're going to get into in the language, which is a bit striking for those who have never seen it before. But this is, who they're calling the so-called devil in inverted commas, the guy in Isaiah 14 verse 12. But he's also the same person they're talking about in Revelation chapter 22 verse 16. Nothing to do with us. The Caucasian anointed cherub or Jesus. Yeah, and you know the term Jesus is a combination of what? Of two separate cultures. Yeah, the Jewish culture, also called Israelite culture, and the Roman culture. Yeah, Ja or Yah is the first part, and then Zeus, yeah, is what they tried to combine the second part. Rome, a hybrid Rome and so-called Israelite culture to give them the principal character of Jesus. Yeah, two cultures together, and that Jesus is Nana, the bright morning star. Yeah, go and look it up. Isaiah 14:12, and then go and look up Revelation chapter 22:16 and see if it's not the same description. Not what I say, what the Bible said. Don't get angry at me. Get angry at those who wrote the book. It's not our stuff. Yeah, and this is the day and time, 2020, where we need to start getting over this now. It sounds harsh to say, but you're ignoring because he told you, yeah, stay away from ancient Egypt. He told you, stay away from masonry. While he goes digging up, spending millions, hundreds of millions, billions of pounds, investigating, seeking to uncover the mysteries and secrets of your ancestors buried. So they tell you one thing and do something completely different. Yet we're still under the same hellish conditions. So no, it's time for change now. It's been time for change. Yeah, so this nana and sin, and this is one of the problems of this spell. Yeah, if you remember from the old right knowledge series, he says spiritual ignorance and racial blindness. Spiritual ignorance, not understanding how the universe works, not understanding natural laws. Yeah, how it all hangs together, how we got here, so on and so forth, how the rules work. Yeah, and racial blindness, not knowing who the evil one is in the many different forms. Yeah, because you have visible and invisible adverse forces. Visible adverse forces, that's your Ku Klux Klan. You think you know what those are. They're obvious. The invisible ones is the problem. Yeah, who seemingly seem to be working for you, but is against you. Externally, and then even in your own genetics. Yeah, that's what they say, isn't it? Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Well, the keeping of the enemies closer is to get inside your DNA in your genes. So you have forces in your ancestry working against you. When you're aware of it, then you can start to take control. Yeah, and discipline oneself and vibrate on certain frequencies that keep those adverse forces at bay. But it also requires the right type of environment. It's hard to be spiritual here in these kind of times. Yeah, and if you look at the way we used to live, the whole environment was set up to keep you on a certain vibrational frequency. Yeah, and this is expressed. We worked, the ancient Tamarians or ancient Egyptians, we worked 20 hours a week. The rest of the time was dedicated to spirituality and what they call recreation. Do you understand? Or having fun, sports, so on and so forth. Yeah, joy. 20 hours a week, not 50, 60 hours a week. Yeah, so by the time you now come to read a book or engage in spirituality, you're too tired to do so. Yeah, is there money available? Well, it seems they got it now. Seems they can send people checks for 1,200 now. Seems they've got this money now, but they didn't have it back then. So what could really be done if the world put its mind to it? These are the things that we have to kind of ask ourselves. What kind of world are we living in? Yeah, and what do we need to do to transform it to something better? It might not happen in our lifetime. To correct the things that are taking place now, the change will happen in 400 years' time, in the next 4 generations. Yeah, if you have a shift of mindset now. Yeah, it's about survival for us in this day and time, but we need to know who's who. And nothing, unfortunately to say, nothing, not me being racist, not me being harsh, nothing the Caucasian has taught us, understood in his last 6,000 years, has been factual and correct for us. all needs a complete rethink, rejugging, yeah, and when ready, dash the whole thing away. You understand? And start again with renewed information coming from Outformation. So here, this Nana or Sin or Qatar, yeah, is excuse me, known as El Shaddai. Now he mated with Ningal, his wife, and produced Inanna, Ishtar, they call, and she married Damuzi, who was the son of Inki, we see on this side, and they birthed Tammuz. You find in Ezekiel chapter 8, verse 14. So these are the characters in the Bible. Now, names revealed because you only saw their positions, because the Torah is copied from the Enuma Elish and the excuse me, books like the Gilgamesh epics, and also the Atrahasis is going into various stories, which we covered last time, didn't we? Yeah, where we showed you that basically, yeah, in the so-called Bible story, it talks about him receiving 2 tables of stone. Yes, correct. And and the law. Yeah, 2 tables of stone and the law. Yeah, he didn't just get the Torah, which is the 2 books in Moses' time. And go back to the other previous slides so you can see it. So it's making it clear. Yeah, because he received, yeah, the law. Yeah, so here you see here the Torah is the law. The first, and you know the Torah, you do recite the first 5 books of Moses, correct? Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy. Excuse me, and Deuteronomy. Yeah, so he received the law here, the Torah, and these tables of stone. So the question people should have been asking themselves, if they're reading properly, well, where are these? Where are these books? Religious world? We're missing some information here. Yeah, if you believe or say this book is true. And not only on top of the law, and commandments. You see? So it's several things if someone says and this and that. They're not part of the same thing, they're separate. So Enuma Elish and the Atrahasis, those books that came before, which you saw, we walked through that Sumerian teachings, and that uncovered that for us all the way back in 1992. And even them still caught up in it today. Yeah, which is why we're spending a little bit more time on this Anunnaki story to kind of break it down to make it clear for people. Yes, we can find our way back home to the Natharu, MC, from the Murzaku, yeah, who are the children of the, who are the parents of the Sands people, and latterly the ancient Egyptians. So, to set some, in fact, let me take some questions. Any questions first?
Yes, there's a question that says, so why is that their God was there for them, but we as black people continue to suffer and don't seem to have anyone for us? That's from an anonymous question posed.
Okay, so one of the issues is that our gods have always been there, but it's a lack of awareness. So the reality is it's a great question, because they made certain things that pointed towards that help that you're talking about, they made them negative. Yeah, referring to black magic, but in the black magic context that they were making reference to it, they made it negative. When really in its context, it's talking about you calling upon your ancestors, i.e. your blood relatives. Yeah, because when you're dealing with proof or where to direct your emotional energy, we talked about in part 1, yeah, you pray the wrong way, you become prey. Yeah, Prey. Why? So where are we directing our energy? Well, basically, if you look at the iconography back then, it was all about people that you were blood related to. Yeah, and how we connected through that type. So where should our prayer be directed to? Well, our spiritual science was, they said, well, look for the help on your shoulders, where it's your ancestors, it's your great-great-grandmother who passed, it's your great-great-grandfather, so on and so forth. These sources and forces are there to help you in this physical life. Yeah, not to say they're the only ones, but that's who connects you then to those higher forces, that words like divine, etc. used, i.e. higher ancestors called the Natharu, where the English word nature comes from. Yeah, when we talk about the whole thing, which we were all part of, in ancient Tamaray, in Wu-Sabat, we talked about Fa'ut, all. Yeah, we are in all. I'm in the love of all, and all love is me. And all existence. Yeah, it doesn't have a start or a beginning. Start or ending, excuse me. Yeah, you're part of things. We are part of existence. Yeah, looking from the inside out, not the outside in. We're part of it, which you recognize. So all, good, bad, and different, are all part of all. But yes, you have ancestors that are there for you. The problem is we were tricked to divert our emotional energy, our prayers, into forces and sources that worked against us. That's why they talk about the casting of a spell or spells by these Nephilim, these fallen ones we're going to get into a little bit later. Yeah, it casts a spell across their eyes. So we direct him, calling upon names, basically, that lead to idol worship. Yeah, you heard many people on this cast have heard me say this many times. Well, idol worship, doctrine, but not idol, I-D-O-L. Idol worship, I-D-L-E. Idol, because you're putting it into nothingness with no results. In spirituality, you must dial the right telephone number in order to connect. Yeah, and we touched upon this in part one. The genie myth. Yeah, where the person gets the lamp. Yeah, the Aladdin story. The person gets the lamp, rubs on the genie, understood, and gets 3 wishes. Look at the word genie. What's it saying there? Genes, genealogy, generations. Talking about our ancestry. That was where our power was, or is. Yeah, to be used. It's been idle. We've not been calling upon them. In fact, they made it a mission in the last 400 years specifically, on for 6,000 years, where we forgot and we don't keep a record or track of our ancestry anymore. Now it's difficult to find that out. And even with then, is there even interest to find that out? We're jumping all the way back to a force or source of power that we can't prove and ignoring our family. Yeah, in the positive sense. This is the power. They are compelled to help you in this life. You know how to connect the various different rituals that we had. And this is not talking about no sacrificing of chickens and all that stuff, making that point very, very clear. Yeah, because our ancestors, for example, the sun, you don't have to sacrifice any chicken to get sun or feel the rays from the sun. You don't have to sacrifice any chicken to get water. You don't have to sacrifice any chicken to get air that we breathe. Nature provides. Understood? But we've been ignoring, we've been dialing the wrong telephone number. Some say limping in the Olympics. Because we've been ignoring our spiritual forces and powers. When we see the so-called forces that are supposedly controlling the world up at Bohemian Grove, enacting in prayer and various different things in spirituality, which appears to be working for them. So they're trying to connect with their ancestors, even if their ancestors don't want to connect with them. So yeah, it is your family first. That is how you connect to an Asar or an Ashtat who lived millions of years ago. You go through your family line first. It's not spookism, it's dealing with actual facts. Yeah, and to connect with that family line first to help you with the things that you need help with in your life. And it's for something wider than you, for the betterment of the community or betterment of the race or whatever, other than for self and kind, a selfless act. Then you would call upon your higher, the higher ancestor, Etheric ancestor Natharu, by way of, understood, your ancestry. Not interested. Ba'h Natharu was not interested whether you can pay your telephone bill. You understand? But your great grandmother who lived, who knew what life was like in the physical, would be. And they're designed to help you to protect your genetic line, your soul seed. Yeah, because you are at the head of the pyramid, so to speak. You are the culmination of many different genetics that have lived before you, and you are carrying that soul seed. So, of course, yes, they want to help you to elevate our race at the point of transition, elevate us so that we've reached those higher states of ether at 7, 8, and 9 ether levels, not at the lower forces. Understood? So, yes, it may feel like we're abandoned. Because we were fooled and tricked. Yeah, through our emotions, we allowed 6 ether forces in. Yeah, when we had our perfect living through emotions, we allowed certain people in, understood, and they took advantage of our kindness, which has happened several times and still happens today. Yeah, so these are the types of issues that we have to face, and it's hard to reject because they mixed in their genes, understood, with us, and the way we have been fooled through the media, various different things, the various God we are worshipping. If you look at all the iconography that sits behind it, it's nothing but the white man. Yeah, movies, cartoons, books, etc. The God that we are worshipping today is nothing but the white man. Yeah, when you actually peel it back. And even the books or the spirituality is through, even then, is through his imagination. Yes, I see a question there. Any questions?
Right, I think you've answered it, but I'll mention it. Kemi has asked, how do we find our family ancestry?
So, yeah, unfortunately, you're going to have to do, well, unfortunately, maybe fortunately, or unfortunately, depends. You are going to have to go through that road of finding out from, obviously, relatives that are past, you know, whether there are records available in terms of you being able to go back home. And sometimes it can be difficult, I understand, especially in this day and time. But you have to go back home and speak to your parents, speak to your relatives, see if they can kind of piece together some of that history for you. You know, what you do is you basically put your name maybe at the top, and remember, you're going 4 generations down. That's what, when you look at a person today, you're looking at 4 generations. So it starts with yourself at the top of the pyramid. You go 2, isn't it? Yeah, 4, 8, then at the bottom row, the 4th one, then it would be obviously 16. You understand? Which makes up 30 if you include yourself and both your parents are alive. You understand? So that is what you start. You start to fill the gaps because you have to understand who you are, isn't it? Yeah, not every voice in a person's head is their voice. Yeah, you are a culmination of these ancestries, you understand? And obviously when you're born from your parents, yes, you're 1/3 your mother, 1/3 your father, and that combination creates a new you, 1/3. But the reality of the situation is you can inherit any of the characteristics from any of those ancestors within your 4 generations. Yeah, so let's say, people have heard us say this many times before, but it's not 4 fathers, F-O-R-E, it's 4 fathers, F-O-U-R, 4 fathers and 4 mothers. Understood? So start with that research and then start to connect, find out who these people are, because in finding out who they are, you're finding out about yourself. Understand why you get angry in certain situations, why you're happy in certain situations, etc. Not all the voices are yours. You have to basically be able to concentrate and find and listen for the inner voice, which is your voice making decisions, versus decisions that are being influenced by ancestors who want to have control of your physical structure. And some of those ancestors in that 4 generations are positive, some are negative. The issue is that you are the controlling force, and if you put a request on them, they have to, by nature's law, they must acquiesce it. If it's the not murdering somebody or things of that nature. Do you understand? They must acquiesce that request. Understood? So this is where that so-called genie myth comes from. So you have to start with your own internal research, and I recognize that is obviously always difficult because we were never taught to, in a lot of cases, to value that. So a lot of people don't remember it, and this is, as I say, keeps us spiritually weak. Okay, any other questions before I move on?
No further questions. Hold on, 1 second. Somebody just posted a question on topic. Said that.
Go ahead.
Similar trait again. Devonte has asked, how do we make the request to the ancestors?
So, what I probably have to do, if you email us and leave your email address, we'll send you a little presentation, because you need to set up an altar with a picture or pictures of your ancestors. Obviously, the one who basically provides protection for all of the others is the oldest female, so your great grandmother, if you've got that in train, that she forms a protection for all of the other ancestors. So that's what, hopefully, if you have it, then you want to connect with that one first. If you don't have it, then you just don't have it. Understood? Now, if you think about that, in physically, our seed is carried through the mitochondrial line, you understand, according to nature. So that's why etherically you see that there is power in the feminine or feminine line in that regard. But to go through all of that, I would have to do a separate class on it, or you could email us and then we would send you that information out, or whoever's interested, send you that information out. We told you how, the master teacher broken down how to create your altar and what are some of the rules and respect that you need to follow, and then put it into practice. You understand? Put it into practice and see how it works in that regard. But as I say, you need to make sure you observe, things like hygiene and certain things like that. This is not a thing of people just pray anyway. Not have clean themselves and different things of that nature. You need to make sure that you're in a respectful state. And again, we can send information on that, and how to, from purity and neatness, the book's purity and neatness of how to prepare oneself when they're engaging in chanting or prayer and different things of that nature as part of that. So, there's an altar that you need to set up with pictures of your ancestors in that 4 generations. So what I would start to do, if you're seeking to it in the first time, get those pictures, maybe get a frame for them. You can get things like a white cloth. Let's get a white cloth, natural material, a small table. You want some white sage and a candle, so you can start getting at least those things to start off with. Yeah, and that would help. And then, so if you email us, we can send out some of that information to you directly. Or anybody who's interested, take our email address, we can send that out to you, not a problem. So, so what we're looking at here with these Anunnaki, I've probably been rabbiting on a bit, so better move on, because we've got about an hour left. Right, okay, so when we look at the history, and we're mixing a bit of our story with his story, just to give some context, understood. And when we talk about this Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn, then obviously in this vessel and vehicle, we're talking about ancestors speaking through to get the hidden past, obviously information about the hidden past, correct to us in this day and time. So this being named Enki or Nurimud is speaking to one of his sons, Ningish Zida, about things that took place in the past. And Ningish Zida is the Sumerian equivalent of Tahuti in ancient Egypt, in a sense. So, by way of the two different lines, the Anunnaki line and the Tharu line. Understood? Now, I'm going to kind of skip through this, but I'm going to try and give you some of the salient points. Yeah. So, it says many millions of years ago, in a planet in a faraway universe that had accepted different other aliens, began to have internal conflicts, and was at a point in time where one of the groups had ignited a destructive device, and all had to desert the planet. Each had time to construct crafts. Some chose many smaller crafts, while one group, Anakim, chose to construct a planet-type craft called En Ibiru. Yeah, so or Nibiru, some say. Yeah, obviously where they get this Ubru'um or Abraham from. Yeah, that's where his name comes from, to cross over, or Ubru'um, to cross over. It says they constructed it outside their own planet as a space station and placed a force field shield around it of gold dust to protect it as it traveled, seeking a home planet to settle. Those were very highly developed beings. They reached this side of the universe and moved into orbit. And I won't go through all of this, but concentrate on this. They said these were two groups that ruled their own species: Anuna, yeah, humanoids, and the Tanan, yeah, reptilianoids. So this planet craft Nibiru or Na Ibiru was divided into two large factions, north and south. Yeah, so they've got two halves of the planet which they're living on. Understood? Now, excuse me. It says, and the time the species of the North Tananu made war with the species of the South Anaku. So you've got reptilian type species on one half of the planet, and you've got these Anuna humanoids obviously on the other half of the planet. And there was much conflict, obviously, that was taking place between the two of them. Now, it's difficult. We've got to sort this out, so I can get a whiteboard. It'd be easy for me to draw this. But if you look at an elliptical orbit of a planet, or in this shape, a craft ship around the sun, yeah, and think about elliptical, not circular orbit, elliptical. When it's at its outer extremes of the of that shape, yeah, it's further away from the sun, and therefore it's colder at those extremes. When it is now in the middle of that elliptical shape, it's closer to the sun, and therefore the planet is hotter. So the Tananu preferred it colder, and the Anuna preferred it hotter. Understood? And this discontent of the pathway that this craft ship was taking caused a number of problems, let's say, between these species. Now, because these wars were spilling over into other different star systems, yeah, the Morozaku, who are basically over or responsible for the growth, seeding and development of universes, had to intervene. So this is what we're going to step into. So look at some of the points here. So this war again. So this is a number of wars taking place. This war included great weapons of destruction. One of which the shield caused the shield to deplete. A great fear of the Anaku, yet not for the Tananu. So obviously we've explained that the Tananu preferred what? The colder conditions, correct? And the Anaku preferred the hotter conditions. Excuse me. But obviously this gold shield helped to maintain a certain atmosphere on that craft ship. And as you do some research, you find out that, for example, the windows for space shuttle, for example, when it transitions, doesn't actually go into space, but when it leaves or traverses the spheres, the windows are lined with gold to protect from the harmful UV rays being emitted from the sun. Now it says the destruction spread fast It's widespread, and for several cycles, as Nibiru made its orbit of 3,600 years, watch that now, years, to pass near this solar system and send inside this solar system smaller Nibiru crafts to investigate. So Nibiru to these Anunnaki is not just one craft, it is a fleet, like say, the Royal Air Force or which has many different types of planes, crafts, ships, so on and so forth, you understand? But it can all be considered to be the Royal Air Force. Now, here it's saying, so desolation was widespread and the effect on all who dwelled on the planet craft. It says much life was diminished, and because of this, the overseers, the providers, Morozaku or Razaku, informed all that a truce must take place or the whole planet and its many fleets will be destroyed by the galactic order, a confederation of systems over whom and which Parmuzaku preside from the highest abode. So we talked about earlier this 19th galaxy, where Sirius is the border between the two galaxies. The truces was enforced, and it was declared a peace treaty was to be negotiated between the Mugadanu, you see here fish or lizard men, fishmen here, and the Anaku, and the Naku, The Tanana refused to cooperate and were banished to the Draco star constellation. So this is a disagreeable species of reptilian, let's say, who were locked then into the Draco star constellation because they did not want to cooperate with this truce. Now, I'm going to go through all of this because of time, but I just want to get to, again, some salient points. Now, what happened is that they put in to place a system to ensure peace. So they, as it's expressing there, they drew lots, and what happened is they took a ruler from one group of the species, but then once that ruler was then nominated, that being then had to take a wife from the other group or species. So this is how they were able then to maintain peace. So as we're reading about here, so it's agreed that this planetary government will be formed with not one ruler, not two as before. So obviously there was one ruler for the south, one ruler for the north, but this was to change. So each side drew lots, presented a candidate, and after drawing lots, the ruler was selected from the north. The first ruler was, after peace, was mad. A powerful being of the north, yet must take a female of the ruling south family from the south, who would have a voice in the treatment of the south. She would rule by his side, equal in power as one flesh. We'll see some of those things getting copied in other books. The new team quickly built a city called Agade. Unity is what it meant in their language. So we see that a new system of transition was to be in place. Now, here we see a number of rulers. So who the Bible is calling the Most High in Genesis chapter 14, verse 12, is a being in the Sumerian doctrine by the name of Anu, which we saw on those previous slides when we were looking at who was the father of Enki and Enlil. Now, Enki was was mixed or hybrid, so he was part Anuna or Anuna. They became Anunnaki when they came to Earth. We're going to get into that a bit later. But he was part Anuna and he was part Tananu. So half and half. Enlil, however, was part Anuna. Was fully Anuna. His mother and his father were both Anuna. If we were going through this in more detail, there was a conflict that took place around issues of succession. Understood? So much to the point that war broke out again, and they sought the intervention of these Mozaku to straighten it out. But the Mozaku said, this is, I'm using slang terms, but this is you business. It's nothing to do with us. You guys need to fix that. You understand? So, and that's how, when you read some of these stories, that's how some of these higher beings go on, "No, this is ridiculous, nothing to do with us. You fix that and sort that out. This is not part of our intervention." So once they put that system in place, it was for them to maintain it, not to keep seeking this intervention from what they call these higher beings. Very different approach to what one may consider to be the God concept and how it's articulated here on Earth. Now, to cut a long story short, I ain't going to get time to go through all of this. This being named Alelu, excuse me, who was one of the beings or a descendant of the succession of this third incarnation of the Most High called Anshar Gal, excuse me, and Anu, who was a descendant of Anshar and Kisha was their son. There was a conflict over who should rule. Yeah, and Alelu basically sought to take over or claim he was the rightful ruler, and instead of respecting the rules of succession, sought to dominate, kill his opponents and various different things of that nature. So a war took place. I'm cutting this quite short, but a war took place, and basically he was banished. Yeah, and in his banishment, or him seeking to escape, because there was a fight that took place for succession between him and Anu, and Alelu lost. And so therefore he fled the planet with his family, and he came to Earth. Understood. Upon coming to Earth, he found this planet, which they called Tiamat in their language, was laden with gold, which they needed basically to repair their atmosphere. Which is interesting enough. In Genesis chapter 2, we see that the God of the Bible is interested in what? Gold, bdellium, and onyx in the location where they were placed, yeah, which was in somewhere in Mesopotamia. Understood. So what you're reading about here in Alelu and the Throne is some of the stuff that was taking place before the so-called generations of the heavens and the earth that they talk about in the Bible or copied into the Bible took place. Understood. So it's just giving you a bit of the history of that which you see there. Now, let me just get back to just show you why the brothers fell out. So Alelu came to Earth. I'm cutting a lot of the story down, but he set up a city called Pumupunku, which you can do some research and see the spelling there. We'll get into it a little bit today if we've got the time. So I've gone on a bit long. So now Alelu was doing a number of different graftation projects on what we would consider to be South America. Understood? Over in Africa, the Mozaku had already seeded this planet Earth, and you had us in our smaller incarnation or smaller form, and which would be considered hominids today. So we were 4 foot tall in height, or women about 4'5". The men were 5'4" in height, and we had evolved out of the waters from a project where the Mozaku had seeded the waters of this planet, and we had evolved or been thrown onto land, I should say, by a large, what they call it, a tsunami. Understood? Yeah, and the women got thrown onto land. First, they had larger lungs than the males, and we were living in swamp region areas. Prior to that, we were in the waters as mermen and merwomen. You can find on the walls in ancient Egypt. So when Alelu came on Earth, there were already obviously human beings here, i.e. us as Negroids or Nagaru in Africa, or South Africa specifically, doing our thing, chilling, living our life. And that's why he set himself up, having ancient knowledge of certain these projects. He didn't want to disrespect the Mozaku or their project. So he set himself up away in South America and was doing a number of different experiments, grafting of human beings, etc., etc., in that particular land. Now, Enki, excuse me, they were obviously wanting to find out, because of this succession and that he had moved on. They wanted to find out, well, where was he? What was he up to? Fearing obviously that he was trying to obviously return back and may come with another plan to start war, etc., because obviously he had lost this succession battle. So Enki, in looking for gold and various other different minerals, stumbled upon this planet Tiamat, or Earth as we have it today, around about 99,000 years ago, as it's recorded in those records. But he came here in soul form first, yeah. So not in a craft as soul, yeah, not having permission to incarnate in a carnate form, yeah, having a physical body, so to speak. So came here as soul first, and then uncovered obviously that a large proportion of the planet was excuse me, dust was blocking the sun's rays from hitting the surface, and that's what they talk about in Genesis 1:1, when there was void and darkness upon the face of the deep. So that spirit of God, which they badly translated as spirit when it should be soul, was actually Enki coming here to say some 99,000 years ago. Now, why is it relevant to the particular story? Well, it goes to the point of why the two brothers, Enki and Enlil, fell out to some degree, in a sense. So we'll pick it up just to make that a bit clearer for everybody. Yeah. So, in fact, let's go back one set of verses. So, so it says, we'll start from. Let's start from verse 1 through 1. It says, yet Nunamid and his Dingir confirmed that a signal has come from beyond Nibiru, which itself is a much too large for a planet craft itself to enter into this solar system. So they're talking about Earth, and obviously they couldn't disrupt the natural flow of these planets. So they need to send smaller crafts in order to go and investigate this signal that they had received. Now it says it used smaller Nibiru crafts, or Shama'at, and from them Magalat, Kabadat, Rakabat. How did he make such a journey, family, devotees and all? Anu, Nudimud, Ninmar and Nunamir rushed to the celestial room of star maps and transmission and receiving of signals by electromagnetic waves, sending sounds directly through space to receiving Mazbah, altar, and Magdal, antenna. He sends a signal back to Alelu, expressing gratitude that he and his family lives and reassuring him of his respected place as one of them. So when Enki came to basically the planet Earth, he encountered Alelu in South America, understood. Now, cutting a long story short, he encountered him in South America, and basically Alelu wanted back onto Nibiru and wanted back home. And so basically the two of them had come up with a deal that basically, because Alelu had found this gold, he informed Enki of how to get this gold, which was going to be beneficial to these Anuna and Tananu on Nibiru. But in return for that, he wanted basically his place back amongst the Anuna as respected and safe passage, etc., for his family. So he negotiated a deal, and as part of that deal, he married Alelu's daughter. Yeah, this is what we read about previously. So he married Alelu's daughter. Excuse me. He married Alelu's daughter, in order to seal that deal. So Enki was to basically go back and then make this offer to Anu, so that Anu, as Alelu, could return back to Nibiru and be basically forgiven for all of the madness and the chaos that he caused, including trying to kill Anu. Now, in doing the deal was basically agreed, but it was Anu's other son, Enlil, who basically argued and fought against it. So if you imagine, the older son has agreed the deal with Alelu for his safe passage back for his family, in return for letting them know that this gold is available in, at the time, Enki found it in Africa, South Africa, a place called Absu, where he encountered us over there as hominids. Understood? This is how we then interacted with this individual Enki, or which was later became Anunnaki. Now, what happened is, as I say, is that when this deal was put, it was agreed, but then when an Enlil was then sent to Earth following Enki to then oversee, obviously, Alelu's transition. And when he saw that he had built these great cities over in South America, he became jealous and basically pitched to his father that his father should not allow him back. He's going to cause problems and chaos again, and have him killed. This is after Enki had agreed, also through marriage, for this union. You understand? And then Enlil sought to then kill Alelu, and when he found out that this potentially was going to be the case, he moved his family and some of the graftation projects, like the Mayans, etc., that he had sought to create and moved to Mars. Hence why you have to face on Mars, certain pyramids on Mars, etc. This is Alelu's descendancy in this regard. So this is how the brothers, these two brothers, the older and the younger brother, other reasons later down the line, but this is how they initially fell out, because Enki was not able then to keep up his deal, even though he had taken, as I say, the daughter in marriage, because Enlil argued against it. And it's just a very short version of me explaining quite a complicated story in that regard. So they wasn't Anunnaki until they came to Earth in physical form. So they came in soul form first, and then later they came in physical form. So Alelu being dismissed, the brothers were in conflict with each other, but what they were here to do was mine these gold and other different minerals, obviously to go back and repair the atmosphere on this craft ship, planet-sized craft ship called Nibiru. And this is just some slides showing the 3D printing technology that the Anunnaki were using, or the Alelu would have been using, to build Pumupunku. You understand? So this 3D technology, which now all of a sudden has reimagined itself now today as if it's something new, was available back then, and this is how they used to construct, some of these cities that you're seeing there, which have, which today they marvel at how could it have been done without very complex engineering machinery. Yeah, so let's move past this in that regard. So this is evidence of some of the genetic experiments that Alelu was carrying out in Pumupunku, South America, Bolivia specifically, and they have a wall basically with a number of different human heads, and to say this is evidence of the type of graftation projects that they were doing on his side of the planet, not interfering and respecting, as I say, the other graftation projects, namely ourselves in Africa, being children of the Natharu. Let me play a short video of this. I think we've got time, just so you can see this wall of human beings. Hopefully you can hear that.
We recently covered the astonishing precision-cut ancient ruins which can be found at Pumapunku within Bolivia. Once an enormous city complex, which still possesses some incredible features. One of the more controversial of these still surviving attractions is undoubtedly the Wall of Humanity. During the 1960s, archaeologists employed by the Bolivian government excavated a temple at Tiahuanaco. Within the walls of the courtyard, hundreds of stone heads were discovered, all with a diverse range of features masterfully built into the architecture. A once perfectly constructed wall, adorned with a variety of different faces, each now believed by a number of independent researchers to represent the different tribes and civilizations which could be found upon our planet at the time. If proven true, it is clearly a controversial reality for academia to explain. How can a wall, supposedly built by the Incas, display faces from all corners of the world, built by people who never traveled intercontinentally? Or does the Wall of Humanity further support the premise of a world-going advanced civilization actually having once built such sites? Furthermore, and perhaps the most intriguing detail surrounding this ancient artifact, is the addition of two heads made of a noticeably different material that, instead of displaying a possible lost tribe, appears to actually represent what many would now identify as gray aliens. The question is, if the Wall of Humanity does indeed represent the different tribes which could be found all over the world at the time of its creation, then who, or indeed what, do these two faces represent? Are the ancient alien theories true? Did an extraterrestrial race not only once visit our planet, but actually called it home? Clearly an astonishing ancient artifact which demands more alternative research.
Any questions?
The question is, so how did disagreeable beings come into play if Papahut is birthed out of Siam Ashok?
How did disagreeable beings come into play?
If Papahut is birthed out of Siam Ashok.
Okay, when you say Papahut being birthed, I need to clarify, because Fa'ut, or all, understood, is. So all cannot be birthed, understood. So good and bad, as you would describe it, are within all. Yeah, what happens is, or when you talk about birth of disagreeable forces, so to speak, is to do with, to keep it fairly simple, remember when they show you the what they call the wheel of time and existence, it shows that within a certain stage, or certainly we talk about our universe, within a certain stage within the growth of our universe. So a young universe, or universe in its 9 etheric form, is ether in its youth. Understood? Yeah, it's an ether alive, it's ether in its youth, it's ether in its strength. Understood? But over time and age, as you would maybe be familiar with, 9 ether grows old and dies. And so the universe at a certain point is not kicking out its strongest form of energy. It has to rest. Yeah, so 9 ether in its old age, in death, becomes six ether. When six ether comes into play, i.e. when the universe is emitting lesser amount of energy, this is where what you're considered to be disagreeable comes into play. So the forces that cause things to decay, overstood, and deteriorate come into play, and obviously that can birth what is considered to be evil or negativity in that context. So when you're talking about this particular planet, then we talk about 17,250,000 years ago, when a large meteorite hit this planet, where the dinosaurs were overrunning many of the hominids that were there, so they were eating too much of the food, and to address the balance, they wiped out through a meteorite strike a number of those life forms, set balance. That brought death forces here, or the forces that cause things to decay here at that particular point. So that would be in the context of negativity, or what you're considered to be evil, the things that cause death and decay, where the universe is kicking at its lowest point of energy, but obviously at a certain point it evolves or revolves back around again. If you think about it into maybe more simply, if you think about seasons, yes, at one time, before the planet was on its 23.5-degree axis, we only had 2 seasons. Yeah, very similar to what we were just reading about a bit, but also from the upper and lower part of the planet. But obviously when the planet then got knocked onto its axis, it created 4 seasons. So we have spring, obviously summer, we have autumn, and we have winter, yeah, which creates 4 seasons in that regard. So that changed the nature of life here on the planet. Summer is in fact an extreme, if you think about it, of spring, as winter is an extreme of autumn. Yeah, both spring and autumn are balanced weather patterns, whereas winter is an extreme. And if you think about it, when winter comes, certain life forms which are subject to that season decay quite significantly at that point, don't they? Yes, so you get trees which shed all of their leaves, correct? But then as the revolutionary forces start to come in, i.e. the planet revolves and it gets to receive more heat from the sun, those certain life forms start to spring back up again, don't they? Excuse the pun. And then those leaves that seemingly were dead or low energy, yes, low energy, then sprout back again, and potentially, as I say, will flower, obviously, whenever the season is spring into summer, yeah, when they're at full bloom. So those extremes weren't there when the planet, as I say, was on a more perpendicular axis. Obviously, that event created, as I say, a destabilization of, let's say, the planet. But you can see that same pattern of growth versus, or revolution versus evolution, in many different life forms. But it also happens at a universal level, the same way it happens at a planetary level, the same way it happens at a species level. So you look at the Caucasian today, for example, that is a process of what? Evolution. You understand? The last strain, or the last strain of our species before it revolves, you get albinos produced. Yeah, it's just that we don't say, oh, well, those are the albinos of the species, because they're the ones controlling the narrative a lot of the time, understood? So that is where, that comes from, these excesses of up and down within these different forms of energy. So you do have life forms, obviously, like the evergreen tree. The evergreen tree is obviously from a time prior to that, let's say, extreme versus balance taking place, and the hominids lived at one time in a point where they did not know death. Death is a relatively recent phenomena, obviously, in the life of our species, because prior to those 60 forces arriving here, they did not experience death. And so now we're in a situation, because the genes are weaker, where in order to experience prolonged life in this regard, if the genes are strong enough, we have to reincarnate. And obviously the HAR1 gene and other genes allowed us to reincarnate up to 24,000 or more times in order to master this particular plane of existence, because as you're aware, there are certain universal laws and rules that people break continuously, and certain ones after the point of death there has to be a rebalancing, so to speak, and so it can be difficult to master this plane in one lifetime. So that answers the question in that regard. Okay, any other questions?
Yes. This refers to what you were speaking about earlier with regards to contact with the ancestors, and the question asks, can you confirm this if ancestors have to be blood related? And then the question goes on to say, some of us were raised by elders who were not related to us.
Yes, obviously the connection is through your blood relative. That doesn't mean you don't have an emotional connection to somebody who may have passed on, but how you would connect to them is you use one of your blood related relatives to connect to that individual person you have the relationship with. So it has to be through your blood relatives. You think about it, spiritual rules follow physical rules. So basically, when we talk about a blueprint, so to speak, yeah, like a plan. So you've got blueprint, correct? You've got the mental plane, your kind of spiritual plane, so to speak, mimics what is in the physical plane, mimics what is in the spiritual plane. So those rules, although there's no blood discussion when we're dealing with spirituality, but you have to understand the connective rules of how you connect in physically are mimicked to some degree by frequency and energy when you're dealing with spirituality. So yes, you have to have a blood connection to them, and then you would use the blood connection because that's the physical, you're related to them. Yes, so you use them to create the conduit to then target by name, because you know the person's name, target by name or tone that individual you're seeking to connect with. You understand? The equivalent, I don't know, the equivalent might say is like, people, we're on the internet today, aren't we? Yep. In order to listen to this class, yes, you have your personal router, yes, in your home, and then that router then is the way in which you connect to various different internet websites or classes or things that you want to use, but it's specific to your router, works with your network provider, so on and so forth. So it's using that in a similar way. Yeah, you don't just have access just to the wide internet in that regard. It's controlled, and therefore you're using your browser to target where you direct your exchange of information. And it's a similar thing when we're dealing with the real, true spirituality and power to deal with prayer as it relates to those types of requests coming in. We have other prayer systems, for example, like the Parashtutat system, which is specifically just dealing with us connecting back with natural nature. If you think about the Egyptians holding their hands up in certain poses, that is because we as Nagaru or Negroids help basically to keep the universe together by taking energy, outformational energy, and we transform it into tachyonic energy, which helps keep the various different particles contained within the universe together. In a sense, so we help to do that, and it helps us to keep in tune with nature. But that ritual, even itself, in its ultimate form, that partial type ritual, we talked about this in part 1. Remember that as you're doing the prayer in the correct tonation, remember we talked about earlier about the A major is the tone for the physical body, our physical body. C major for connecting with our ancestors or the cosmos, the universe, so to speak. And then the other one's got me for a second. F major is the sound of the tonation of the planet. Yeah, so we have different tones for different purposes. Yeah, this is the science of prayer, obviously coupled with meditation, isn't it? Prayer is the art of speaking without talking, without listening, excuse me, and then meditation is the art of listening without talking. So you obviously would deliver your prayer ritual or chant, whatever the case would be, and then you sit back and you listen for the voices of your ancestors speaking back to you. Understood? So this is the art of prayer. All of prayer, meditation, positive diet, all of it is a form of positive thinking. That is what it is purposing, keeping you in tune. In the same, but as it's good that people are asking this question, not necessarily the form of the class today, but what history has done and what they have done is kept you away from that knowledge. Understood? And this is why we keep getting our asses whooped, so to speak, because as the masters expressed, we are spiritually weak. And if you look at any uprising that's taken place where we have successfully defeated our adversaries, in particular the Mokasu, they've always had some kind of spiritual developed skill backing them. So whether you want to call it the right type of skill based on your belief system, that's another thing. But they've had some spiritual thing backing them, and this is why those countries have been kept in poverty to keep them down, because that's where they know our true power is. Understood? So yes, it must be a blood relative in your 4 generations. That's where you obviously start from, and then connect from there. So some people think, oh well, but I didn't get on with my mum, I didn't get on with this person, that person. You know, so it doesn't make a difference in that regard. Obviously, if you want to connect with them and speak to them, that may make an emotional difference. But it's a conduit, not to reduce down our ancestors to that, but if it's a thing of, well, I didn't get on with the person, well, they're compelled to respond, because that's just the way the system in nature is set up. Understood? Yeah. I hope that answers that question. If not, then please respond back. Any other questions?
No questions from me.
So the Alelu situation, I'm not going to play these videos because I've gone well over time. Many of the stuff I need to cover today. But if you have found it useful, then let us know. If you haven't found it useful, then by all means let us know so we can improve it next time. Now, the Alelu situation or story is what they cover in that movie Stargate. There was a couple of videos to show you some clips of that story taking place in there. Not that we relate the doctrine to a movie, but this is where some of these influences are coming from. I'm going to cover this right now because we're going to be a bit behind time. Now, let's skip through some of this at the moment. Now, so let's try and bring it back to where we're at. So we see that there's a conflict, so-called conflict between the gods, but it's not really gods. It's a group of extraterrestrials who, we refer to as the Anunnaqi in those old tablets, who I think the Bible refers to them as Anunnaqi, and many other different terms and titles that you see they're used in the Bible on into the Quran. Still when I say Bible, I'm talking including the Torah in that as well. Now, when we talk about timelines to aid some understanding here, we talked about this. If you remember in those what we were reading previously, we highlighted about this 3,600 year cycle. So in the new orbit of this craft ship Nibiru, was a 3,600 year cycle. So basically, passing Earth to the Orion star constellation and back in total. So 3,600 years there, 3,600 years back. So about 7,200 years, or 7,000 rounded down, correct? So when we look at when they talk about the 6 day, so in that project where they were looking to, there's a proper term for it which has escaped me for a moment, but we'll say basically rejuvenate, there's a proper term for it, but rejuvenate the planet after it had been covered by some hostilities taking place, which you find in Jeremiah chapter 4, verse 24 through to 28, and that there's some dust particles in the atmosphere that are blocking the sun. They basically were looking then to come here, mine for gold. But in order to do that, they needed to fix certain parts of the planet to enable them to inhabit it here, and then set up mining facilities and other different things so they could extract the gold from there. Now, the stories that you see prior to this is that when these Anunnaki were coming, or in the Atra Sea, so what it talks about is that basically these Anunnaki were mining gold here, but the atmosphere was very different to what it is today. So it was very thick atmosphere. Remember, only Enki was part of had the Tananu genes, so therefore he could breathe this atmosphere in this water environment, whereas the Anunna, who were humanoid, who did not have the gills and so on and so forth, had to wear heavy apparatus, much like you might see an astronaut wearing today. And so the atmosphere was thick, the work was hard, they were toiling endlessly of labour. Certain of them were dying in terms of the mining for this gold. So some of it was obviously on the surface, which is a little bit difficult, but when you try to go under the sea now, and you're mining, obviously this work was particularly hard. So a rebellion took place against Enlil. A rebellion took place. Enlil was in charge as the head of the heavens, as well as Enki, obviously in charge of the earth. But a rebellion took place, and basically, in order to resolve that rebellion, Enki came up with a plan to say, hey, rather than the Anunnaki, or us as Anunnaki doing the mining, we're going to create a being in our image and after our likeness to do the mining for us. But the being needs to be intelligent enough to be able to not only mine the gold, but catalogue it, so on and so forth, load it onto certain craft ships to be able to then send it for packaging, obviously, so it can be returned back to Nibiru. So basically, Enki's idea was to combine the genes, or their own genes, onto an existing life form, because basically, for those who understand how life really evolves, we started off, and certainly our species started off as single cell animals, protozoas, amoebas. It takes trillions of years of evolution to get to the kind of complex life form that we find ourselves in today. So when he first presented the plan, they're like, well, how are you going to do this? Because they know how long certain things take. His thing was to bind their genes onto monkeys that were basically there as life forms on the planet, and then basically upgrade that being into this kind of Adamite being that we see today. So that started at 42,000 years, you understand, with the Dravidian Adam, which in those tablets in English, is referred to as Adapa. So that the word Adam really just means Adamite, earthling, or off the ground. So it started at this 42,000 year period. The Caucasian came along a lot later, which was a combination of a project by the Anunnaki, the Pleiadians, understood, combining their genes to produce this synthetic being, or Adamite, which we're going to get into why that was, as an alternative, not only work horse, but also a food source for those draconians who are also considered to be part of those Anunnaki from Enlil's side of the family. Now, what's interesting here is you can see that basically the 24,000 year cycles, this is referred to as an equinox, and we have this larger 50,000 year cycle, which is called an epoch, and also called a jubilee. So here, one day to them, or one period of time in terms of this, I've forgotten the word, it's just lost me for a second, but this rejuvenation of the planet, or sort of rethinning the planet. So 7,000, you see there 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, and here you see on the 6th day, this Adamite was created, understood? And so in their Bible story, they talk about one day is equal to what? 1,000 years, correct? So in their story, they talk about 6 days. So that 6 days is what? 6,000 years, understood? But it's part of this larger project where they were, as I say, rejuvenating, there's another word, it's just lost me for a second, it's getting on my nerves, but rejuvenating the planet. 7 times 7 is how much? 49, correct? And what's their unlucky number considered to be? All right, so 4 plus 9 is what? 13. So that's a secret kind of number which related back to this project. And interesting enough, when we look in their genetics and genes, was the expiry of their lifetime. So they were given a certain time by their overlords for dominion. That's what they describe, isn't it? It was given dominion over the fish of the sea, the birds of the air, so on and so forth, correct? So this being was created at that 6-day period. This is what it's talking about. And so their history, or his story, starts at 6,000 years in relation to this gold mining conflict, which then obviously relate into a solution, which is they started off as workers. Started off as workers, then on later down the line as not only workers, but an alternative source of food for those draconians by way of Enlil's side of the family, where human beings, or that side of the family, that Enlil side of the family, were a food source for those extraterrestrials. And it sounds out there, but when you start looking at some of the practices, you start looking at what was taking place, you see, well, this is interesting. You understand? And some of these ancient civilizations who were sacrificing human beings, so-called, to various gods, we see that all the way up, right the way through the Bible and various parts of the Quran. So here we see, say, 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 8. It's with the Lord 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is one day. 1,000 years in the sight of 1,000 in thy sight are but as yesterday when it is past, and as of watching the night. So we're seeing this connection to 1,000 years to one day, obviously relating back to the star constellation where they evolved from and the orbit that they were engaged in. That time is equivalent to one day here. Understood? So again, when we talked earlier about behind the 9 ball, it's about understanding, well, as soon as you step off the planet Earth, a day is not the same as what you consider to be 23 hours, 56 minutes and 6 seconds. Understood? Now, as he talks about here, so this cycle, 50,000 year cycle that we're talking about for the Dravidian Dapper, who then gave birth, or out of that project came this the Mukasu Adam, or the Adamite, or the Adamite race that you're reading about in that Bible. So the Bible itself is a Caucasian creation story. There's nothing to do with the Nagaru in that regard. Understood? And here we see some of the little bit of the prehistory and some of the names here. As I say, Anu we spoke about earlier, Yahweh as Inki, Baladad as, or Gad, excuse me, as Baladad or Balgad as Enlil, and some of the family here with the different names from the tablets as opposed to what's been copied into the Bible, where there's no detail about what is taking place here. And we see here Laban or Canaan, that is the being that's being born, let's say 6,000 years ago on certain Jewish calendars, 3761 BC. So Laban or Canaan as the Adam. Yeah, Adam, look it up, means red and ruddy race. Yeah, you're trying to pin yourself, and this is part of the spell. We're trying to pin ourselves into this Bible history when it's got nothing to do with us. Go and ask the Sands people what Bible they're following or what Quran they're following. You understand? This informed them. They're much older than that. You understand? Whether they've picked up those practices later down the line from people bringing them to them. But some people on the planet for thousands of years never seen a Bible in their life. So, what's that about? So the reality of the situation is that they were bred. These the Caucasians were a made being as opposed to a created being. So they were grafted using, as I say, certain animals as well as the genes of their overlords, which we're going to get into slightly a bit later. But they were grafted with certain animals to breed a certain type of nature. Now remember, the canine was used, as it talked about here, because when they were in the Caucasus Mountains as well as the caves in Cappadocia, to stop them from being attacked by predatory animals, they bred that gene, or the canine gene, so they would be perceived as non-threatening to these animals, hence the canine connection. The simian connection was used, obviously, because the monkey at that time, and certain types of monkey, had a working thumb, obviously, in order to be able to use tools and various other things of that nature. But a monkey, or chimpanzee in particular, can reach about the age of a 7-year-old, and so basically childlike but controllable in that regard, you understand? And then the Homo porcine was designed because the pig, which was a grafted animal, remember, between the cat, rat, and the dog, to clean up some of the excuse me, dead bodies when they were developing some of this, the Caucasian race. They were living in certain parts, were not burying their dead correctly. The porcine was used because of its resilience to certain diseases. Understood? Yeah. So in terms of it, so this was what they did to breed or birth this type of hybrid. So their nature today, or the nature of them today, is based on what their overlords, or extraterrestrials, interpreted as gods, designed them to be. You understand? Yeah. And so here we see certain traits, heterochromia, yeah, which is a wolf disease. You see these two different colored eyelids, the eyes, irises, and you see that in descendants of human beings today, showing that relationship there to the Homo canine trait. Even grey eyes, amber eye colour, which is a bit rarer in human beings. We see this is coming from a it's a wolf traits that's part of their ancestry. Yep. We see the monkey line, or the simian line, into monkeys. As I say, it's not our direct, I'm not saying to say we've never had connections. Obviously, various genes we mixed along the line, but we came from the waters more so than, as I say, being bred with the Homo Sapien. So certain traits, again, you can see related to that. And obviously, I like to call us monkeys, but you shave a monkey's fur or an ape's fur, you know what colour the skin is. And then we see the Homo porcine side of the genes as well. And obviously, in a recent update, we see certain diseases, viruses, if you think about in the 80s, that were related to the simian, correct? Then it's said about certain diseases that were related to the pig, or swine, and now we'll wait to see what they say is the origin of this current virus that we are being plagued with. And as the Master expressed several weeks ago in an update, not to keep pets in your house like cats and dogs. So we'll see when they want to reveal, or if they reveal, the source of that particular virus. Nothing to do with 5G in the same, it's not to do with what is the source of the virus, and its transfer from animals to human beings. Now, evidence of some of this programming in the genetics is found on DUF 1220, which is on the first chromosome. So we see here a combination of the Anunnaki genes giving 47 chromosomes, the Pleiadian genes, where we see here 46 chromosomes, and the use of the simian in that time, whatever, produced this designer gene. And so this renders itself across the board in different races, but particularly obviously for them, is that, remember we talked last in part 1 about the skills as part of Project 24 that were programmed into the genes of the Nagara as part of this project. This doing a similar thing, but produces obsessive traits within within Caucasians, as well as obviously through mixing then other races. So excessive hobby like behavior, so on and so forth, is coming from this designer genes, which is say with the 47 chromosomes versus the 46 caused instabilities, as well as 48 chromosomes caused instabilities, as I say, even then within the genomes. There are people born today, like trisomy, what's it called, trisomy 21, and things of that nature, where you've got defects in the genome, but people have obsessive traits. Maybe they're incredible at maths, but have a number of physical difficulties, etc. This is coming as a result of the experimentation that was done to produce DUF 1220, so obsessive set of skills and traits that we see particularly in Caucasians, but now not exclusive to that race, as part of their made or grafted design. So 23 chromosomes, and a half, was designed to align itself with the axis of the planets. That's what that's showing there. And obviously, if we look at the mindset today, the Caucasian male doesn't evolve really past the age of 13 from a mental capacity point of view. So even what we think about in terms of maturity, what we should be acting like in old age, different things of that nature, we only know what we've been taught and raised in this society. You understand? This is why we see a lot of sports, game playing, adult cartoons and things like that. We are not all in society, but we are living basically, or the things that we're into is like a man-child. Yeah, and this is why certain things like bar mitzvahs or bat mitzvahs taking place or whatever, because they're all to do with the original extraterrestrial design and what capacity they gave them to, and the lower the capacity was designed to enable them to have control and not have these creatures at some point, or servants. Yeah, now where the word servant comes from, we see that now. At a certain point, overthrow them, which is, you see them mentioned that in Genesis chapter 3, verse 22. Understand? Yeah, in that regard. So there's 24,000 genomes which you find in human beings, or us as human beings, but a quarter of those tend to be in use for them as human beings. Yeah, the rest is related to that beast-like nature, based on, say, what was used in order to graft and create them. Yeah, so they wanted them to have an aggressive nature, because where they placed them on the planet, they needed that aggressive nature for survival. But obviously, it then meant that, say, when they were released or cleaned up into the world, coming out of the mountains, that aggression, as I say, was then detrimental to other races on the planet, because instead of to share or to console or to work with others, their mantra was rape, kill, and take over. And it's interesting, even though some people may not want to hear this, the Master said way back in the 60s through the Nine Ball that basically, if you understand the forces that sit within the Bible, you would understand the mind of the Caucasian race. And if we start to look, and as we get through the kind of nature of who and what is these extraterrestrials are, and what they're calling God, you can see there's certain traits and certain natures that they've been expressing, and habits and characteristics that they've been using, that are being played out throughout many of those sort of scriptural stories, as well as what we see here externally taking place on Earth, and how they do things, conduct business, how they treat others, etc. As we talked about equal racism earlier. Any questions before I play this video?
Yes, to the few questions. One of them goes back to when you was talking about tones, and this comes from Devonte. She's asked, when we speak in Misbatia, are we naturally on tone C? When we speak in Misbatia?
No, not naturally, no. So obviously you would have to, as a whole, no. So you would have to obviously either have it assessed by your own musical knowledge or someone with musical knowledge to see what tone you are speaking on. You understand? So you'd have to train yourself to do it. It's not something that is inherent, that happens as a matter of course.
Right. Okay. Right. Next one from Ruby Rose. Ruby. Can you confirm if they have always been looking for the elixir of life?
So we touched upon this in part one. So you have two different sets of groups, I suppose, that are looking for that. So you've got the order of the red rose, so to speak, who are interested in the blood. And one of the interesting things about what is taking place at the moment is they're interested in our plasma once again, or the plasma in our blood, and the hemoglobin, the clotting factor in our blood is of interest, particularly in relation to what is taking place right now with this virus. So any excuse to study, get this plasma is what they're looking for. So there's one group that is interested in the blood, the red blood, which is what so-called kidnapping, like your 1400 year, it's going to be 1600 to 2000, 1600 slavery down to 2000, what that was about. It's about blood, it's not to do with labour. So that is the order of the red rose. The also have the order of the white rose. The order of the white rose is interested in white blood, and that links back to what you're talking about in terms of the elixir of life, or what they call in the Sabat language, mafhuzet. And yeah, this white blood, which originally, as I say, was secreted in the bloodstream of the Panataru, and in us, in one of our other glands. So we've got 9 glands, but one which is missing today. We have the nerve endings in the hippocampus here in the brain, referred to as the barophary gland in our doctrine. This secreted this monatomic elements into the bloodstream, which gave us what would be perceived as supernatural or superhuman powers. So because of when we get into start to look at some of their genetics, there's a certain deterioration that was programmed into their genes by their extraterrestrials, not to extend past 6,000 years. And so this is why they either need to mix in with other races with stronger genes, and that's why initially, remember, it didn't work for them by mixing with us, because our genes were too powerful for them in Africa as part of that slave trade. A so-called slave trade, nothing was traded, but the so-called kidnapping. Our genes were too strong, too powerful for them. So that didn't quite work for them in the way in which they expected. Excuse me, it didn't quite work for them in the way in which they expected. But yes, one is interested in the blood, one is interested in, let's say, this is what you call that elixir of life. So much to the point is why they keep digging up bones of pharaohs and different things, even to the point where they were used to crush up the bones of certain pharaohs, mix it with water and then drink it, because they believe in some of those Celtic religions. Remember that eating the flesh, heart, certain organs of that person's body, you inherit their skills, trait, or life force, whatever the case may be, which is why, our bodies had to either be, well, in this day and time, it's better to burn, cremate yourself, rather than have your body be used, because the question is where all these dead bodies going. You understand? All these people are dying, and people are being buried on top of people who weren't buried again on top of being buried. Where do all the dead bodies go? You understand? So, we think we know who we're dealing with, but we really don't. So you can look back in British history to find about that. Look up the Yorks and the Lancasters for more on that one set with haemophiliacs. So look up them to find more about this. The White Rose. Yeah, next question.
That is it from me.
Okay. Any questions for him, Eb?
No questions here.
Okay. I've got the time to go here. Man, I've gone on too long. It's 4:30. Imagine that. We've got halfway through this thing. Okay, let's just finish off on these couple of points then. Hopefully you can hear this.
So you can tell the age of shoes just by looking at them. Here's a new pair, and they've got nice laces with little plastic caps on the end that stop them from fraying. These are a different story. The laces are quite old and worn away, and on this one the plastic cap's gone completely and the ends are really frayed. The same is true of our chromosomes. They've got caps on the end called telomeres, and they also wear away over time. It turns out that this is actually a really important mechanism for cells to know how old they are. So as the telomeres get shorter and shorter, the cells undergo a process called replicative senescence. Essentially, it's sitting there not dividing, but also damaging the tissue around it, and that's thought to contribute to many of the diseases of older age. But there's an issue. All our cells have telomeres that get shorter as the cells divide. But we pass our chromosomes onto our children. So why don't they start off life with really short telomeres? It turns out this is all down to an enzyme called telomerase that's encoded on chromosome 5. And telomerase essentially resets the biological clock. Well, this is telomerase. I know it looks ridiculous, but it is actually a very good representation of the enzyme. We know it has a mitten shape, and inside is a template, which allows it to make repeats of DNA. So we take DNA precursors, add them into the telomerase enzyme, and it simply adds them on to the end of the chromosome. And we have multiple repeats on the end of the chromosome, protecting the rest of the DNA. So this is a fundamental mechanism in germ cells and stem cells. But what happens when it goes wrong? Well, if you don't have enough telomerase, then the telomeres are too short, and the cells will age prematurely. On the other hand, if telomerase is switched on in all the cells of the body, they all extend their telomeres. The cells don't know how old they are. They will grow and divide all the time, and that can give rise to cancer. So telomerase is an incredibly important enzyme. Apart from a few unusual exceptions like onions and fruit flies, it's really well conserved all the way across nature, from yeast to humans. And now we know so much more about what it is and how it works. There's the possibility of being able to design new drugs that can target telomerase and allow people to live healthier lives.
Right, so hopefully you was able to hear that video clearly. So basically, so this is talking about genomes, and basically on our cells. Let's just see this at the moment. About how, say, telomeres, for those who are not aware, on your chromosomes basically determine how many times, to keep it simple, your cells are going to regenerate. Yes? And so basically cells are born, they die, and then they rebirth new cells. So we're recycling continually within the human body. Your organs, blood, so on and so forth are continually recycling themselves. And the telomeres, each time the telomeres, as I say, they shorten during each time we recycle. Now, when we're looking at this telomerase, this is showing that basically what happened is that these their extraterrestrial overlords programmed, as they gave them dominion for 6,000 years, they also were designed to put a life expectancy within the race for that same period of time. Understood? So designed to, excuse me, expire at this 6,000 year point, and so this is what they are fighting against here. And so programming within the genes for a specific time and for a specific purpose, and because of the activities which they have done in the last 6,000 years, their overlords has effectively, or in terms of the Pleiadians at least, have abandoned them. Because of the many adverse and heinous acts they carried out in the 6,000 years, and did not want to follow the instructions of their overlords, has led to them basically saying, well, okay, we'll allow this to expire. We're not going to intervene to correct and fix this defect that we placed there in the design of their genes. So many of the ailments and things that they are suffering from, the anger, they may be jealous of us because we have were endowed with stronger genes by our ancestor and in line with natural nature, able to live above, within and of and by the sun on the surface of the planet, whereas, as I say, their overlords, some by choice and some by what they had available to work with, they left them in this sort of weakened state. So that's who they should be mad at. They should be mad at their God and their own behaviour, not at us. So we see the limits from an ether point of view Caucasian females vibrating only up to the 6 ether level, ourselves traversing the full spectrum up to 9 ether level, as you see, evidenced by our melanin and the colour of it or whatever, traversing the whole of the light spectrum and more. Obviously, when you think about blackness, black is not a colour, it is a tone. It's a combination of all existing colours in nature. Colours denote energy, or the type of colour that it is denotes that part of the speed of a particle moving in darkness. So we transverse the whole of the spectrum, overstood, and let's say it's reflecting our colour or the tone of our skin, whereas others are say on the end of the scale with a lower energy, where you see the absence of colour, you understand, or transparency. And that word transparency, you see what two words in there, is it trans and parent, moving parent, a nomadic people, which is what you see described, isn't it, in the so-called biblical stories, where God empowered these nomadic people. They didn't have a homeland of their own, and instead of God to give them a homeland of their own, he instructed them to go out and steal the homeland of others and kill the women and the children of those tribes in the lands that they were inhabiting, so they wouldn't grow those children up to then come and try to overthrow them in the future. The question is, it's a big planet, human beings only occupy 1% of the planet. Why don't God just give the so-called chosen people a land of their own? Understand? Why have you got to be going into other lands, stealing their resources, you know what I mean, killing people, etc., etc.? Obviously, if that's not your nature, these are questions to be asked. And are we seeing those things today? Are we seeing those behaviours today? The behaviours today of what is taking place around the planet, are these not the characteristics of the so-called chosen tribes in the Bible? It says, thou shalt not kill, but the Israelites go out killing people. But this is the book we're supposed to base our soul on. So, the oldest humanoids, without a doubt, are found in ancient Africa first. Even if we were just going by bones found, 7 billion years we would be. Just going by bones found, 7 billion. Yeah, we would be. Yeah, on this particular planet. And it's probably just a small point of how long that we have been around, and even other races on this planet have been around. And the three primary races at the moment that we find ourselves, or what's left, I should say, is Negroid, Mongoloid, and Caucasoid in that regard. But even here, they found those bones of Lucy, isn't it, in Ethiopia. And if you look at Lucy's rib cage here, we find that actually Lucy's rib cage is nothing but the menorah of the religion of Moses. And excuse me, the 6 strands, or so-called strands, in Lucy's rib cage are symbolic of the 6,000 years and the end of their life cycle in the next 1,000 years, or the 7th day, which would be the end of their cycle, not only end of their rule, but end of their genome, which is why they have to mix in with others with stronger genes on the planet. So they are inherently the most racist on the planet, insofar as they don't allow mixing, meaning to say that a mixed race person could never say, well, they could say, but it's probably considered crazy, they can't consider themselves white. You understand? They don't identify as white. They're not accepted by the white race, a mixed race person. So if it's really half and half, as it's supposed to be, as they say, they're not accepted as white. They can't claim white. So they're the most racist insofar as their attitude, but actually the most in need of people with stronger genes, and continue throughout their plan. It's almost like hiding what your real needs are, because you're playing to the world like you're strong, you're in control, you've got all these different things going on, but that is only enforced through the media and the television. Do you understand how much superhero things there are on television. Do you understand what I'm saying? And how much things like that enforces the kind of supremacy view, but it doesn't necessarily reflect what is taking place in reality outside the world of the media. Okay, right. It's 41. I don't know. You have to show hands if you want me to continue to 5 o'clock. I don't have to close off at 5. Show of hands if you want to continue to 5. Any questions at that point?
There is a few hands going up.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, forgive me. Probably gone on a bit long, so I need to sharpen up for the next time. But yeah, try and get a few more points. Any questions in there whilst I'll deal with that?
I have no new questions at this time.
Okay, so part of this situation is that we talked earlier, it was mentioned I think in verse 7, my memory serves me correctly, about these Nephilim. So what we saw there is that in certain books, remember not all these books are in the Bible, we see here on the slide about this Book of Enoch, found in 1768. And what's interesting about this book is it goes into the events that are kind of brushed over a little bit in Genesis chapter 6, talking about a group of Enlil's descendants, or who were referred to. Remember, we saw earlier before that the descendants of Enki were known as Dingir, righteous ones of the rocket ship, and the descendants of Enlil were known as Ingigi or Ikiki, those who stayed and observed. So basically, they were monitoring these Adamites and their various different descendants, Sephites, Enochites, so on and so forth, from an observing platform in the orbit of the planet, so in basically a space station. And so in observing these Ikigi, in observing, because remember, Enlil was the lord or ruler of the skies. So his descendants were observing what was taking place on the planet Earth, on the skies, and saw basically these Adamite women having sexual relations with Adamite men, and basically they saw and said, well, damn, we want a piece of that. And the Book of Enoch obviously is touched upon in Genesis chapter 6, but the Book of Enoch goes into it in more detail, about what took place. And it says in chapter 1, it says verse 1, let's take it from here. It says, it happened after the sons of men are multiplied in those days, that the daughters of men were born unto them, elegant and beautiful too. And when the angels and the sons of heaven beheld, they became enamored of them, saying to each other, come, let us select for ourselves wives of the progeny of men, and let us beget children. 3. Then their leader, Samjaza, said to them, I fear that you may perhaps be disposed to the performance of this enterprise. So they're thinking about going down there and basically taking these women. They know they're not supposed to. They know they're not to mix their genes, Anunnaki genes, with what they consider to be mortals. These Caucasian women, but obviously they're seeing them doing all kind of acts and think, well, I want a piece of this. So 4, it says, and that I alone shall suffer. So he's saying basically for this grievous crime. So remember, to them, in terms of where their genetics were, for them to bind their genes with these mortals was considered to basically, it wasn't a positive thing. It was done out of necessity. It'd be the equivalent, I don't know, of a human being sleeping with a chimpanzee, for how their genetics and genes were developed and how they saw human beings. So it was a no-no for them, and also a no-no not to interfere with what they consider to be the process of introducing that life form into this environment. There were strict rules for how that form was to be developed, life form was to be developed. 4, and that I alone shall suffer for so grievous a crime. 5, but they answered him, saying, look, we all swear, and bind ourselves by mutual excoriations that we will not change our intention but execute our projected undertaking. 7. Then they swore all together and all bound themselves by mutual execrations. Their whole number was 200 who descended upon Ardis during the days of Yared, which is on top of Mount Hermon in present-day Israel. That mountain, therefore, was called Armon because they had sworn upon it and bound themselves by mutual excoriations. 9. These are the names of their chiefs: Shem Yasa, who was their leader, Ramil, Akibil, Tamiel, Ramuel, Daniel, Azkiel, Sarakniel, Azazel, Amirs, Batrel, Anani, Zavabi, Samzavil, Artael, Turel, Yom Yael, and Araziel. These were the prefects of the 200, and the remainder with all of them, 10. They took wives, each choosing for himself, whom they began to approach and with whom they cohabited, teaching them sorcery, incantations. Yeah, and see here the dividing of roots and trees. And the women conceived and brought forth giants whose stature was each 300 cubits, and they devoured all which the labor of men produced until it became impossible to feed them, when they then turned themselves against men in order to devour them. 14. And began to injure birds, beasts, reptiles, and fishes, to eat their flesh one after another and drink their blood. So this union through rape bred this new hybrid giant, as they would call it in those days. And basically this creature that they had think was obviously tall in height but had a ravenous attitude, a ravenous appetite, and started to eat not only animals but eventually human beings as well. Yeah, Canon, Ba'h. You see, cannibal is Canon and Ba'h. Who is Ba'h? Ba'h is Enlil. Understood? Yeah, out of his loins or descendancy. So they were cast down not only in rank but cast into the earth to live. These are these 200 fallen angels. The 20 that you see mentioned there are it's best there, the 20 prefects who basically initiated this mixing in with these, as I say, Adamite women, and as I say, brought in them not only their aggressive carnivorous nature, but also it being mixed in with the combination of who? The Palladians and also the Simians in the Caucasian being there gave birth to this hybrid that they couldn't control. You understand? They couldn't control after this mixing. So obviously as a result of that, a severe punishment ensued where these Anunnaki or the Ikiki were then condemned to the earth. So they no longer became those who observed. When they came down, obviously they became Anunnaki, and then became Anakites, as they referred to in the Bible. And if you look at the type of nature of what you're dealing with here, you look throughout the books of Leviticus, so on and so forth, you can see the nature. You see in there, we say loving God, we say that, but when we look at the reality of what we're reading about, so on and so forth, we see quite a different nature. Yeah, so I'll walk contrary unto you, also in fury. I'll trust you 7 times, and ye shall eat the flesh of your sons and the flesh of your daughters shall ye eat. Well, okay, cool. But this is not a punishment from somebody who doesn't have that in mind or does that regularly. You understand? Obviously, seeing eating of boiled children, throughout. I could sit here for days and do quotes within that showing the same nature, from this Book of Enoch. So why has this book been revealed? I was asking a question about that, but why has this book been revealed to the world? You have to search for it. The master teachers had to kind of go around, uncover it, and present it to Nagarus or blacks around the world to say, here, look at this. No one's trying to put this in your face because no one's interested in your development and who and what we are as a people. You understand, in that regard. So this is a problem. No one's really looking out for us. And so, again, look at the nature here. See, first in the cow, first in the sheep, first in the goat. Thou shalt not redeem. They are holy. Thou shalt sprinkle their blood upon the altar, and thou shalt burn their fat for an offering made by fire, for a sweet savour unto the Lord. Numbers chapter 18, verse 17. So again, what is the nature here? We've got rape here from these overlords perceived as angels, and then we've got a lord that has the nature to eat flesh. So the Nephilim, in the language here, you see the fallen ones, Nephilian, some say, or Nephilim, the fallen ones relate to these 200, understood, and then what they produced as a mixture, or this offspring, or this combination of these two beings, then produce Gibor, or mighty men, strong men, which is where the word Gabriel comes from. So all of these different divine kind of names and so-called attributes, they're attributes, so Gabriel being man from El, or man from God, or man sent from El, or warrior, is talking about this these Gibors, or this mixture, illegal mixture in their rules between, as I say, these Ikiki and these Adamite women. So this is what arose out of this union, pure and utter madness and chaos. And you see there from this particular verse, from 18 plus 18. So this created an aggressive type of hybrid humankind, mankind, a progeny described in the story of the lustful mind of Canaan, the fourth son of Ham. You understand? So in that symbolic story of what was taking place here, these 200 fallen angels, let's say, were condemned because of this act. Now, what was the influencing factor? Well, one of the issues was basically they saw one of their ancestors do this. So this is why what the issue was, because Adapa, or this Adam, and Titi, understood, allegedly are supposed to have produced two sets of twins, the famous names amongst those twins is what? Cain and Abel, correct? But Cain is not Adam's son. Someone was asking earlier about interventions of disagreeable. Well, they come because disagreeable beings, also one of the reasons, have interfered into genome. So here we understand about the 3 stones, or me stones, connected to the tree of life, which were discs in terms of modern purposes, again recorded in this Book of Enoch, or Enki, as he's known in the Sumerian records. Knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. But what Titi was taught by Ningishzida was obviously how to perform the art of sexual relations, in particular snake love. So when they saw the descendants of Titi and these Adamites women performing this, obviously this is what aroused them, having knowledge of this. So Adamites had learned knowledge of this from these me stone records. So these fallen ones creating these demigods, understood? But obviously, as we see here in Genesis chapter 4, verse 1 to 2, where the violation had taken place from Enlil's descendants called Nanna. We touched upon Nanna earlier, because he had sex and birthed with Titi or Eve and birth Cain. What did Cain do? Cain, that nature comes through, correct? Or Canaan. Yes, that nature comes through. He what? He's a murderer, he's a killer. And not only them, which I don't tell you in the story, he ate the flesh of his brother. And the question is, well, why didn't he get killed immediately for this crime? Why did he get killed? There's no part in the Bible where a man used a withdrawal technique and let his semen splash on the floor, dead instantly. But Cain kills his brother, messes with the experiment, and, well, you just go and spend time over in the land of Nod with the other killers. Something to think about, correct? So, Genesis chapter 1 says, that Adam knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. That's what she said. She said, I got a man from the Lord. Who is this man? And she again bare his brother Abel, and Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. So we see here, when you go to Luke chapter 3, verse 23 to 24, and you can read that in your own time, all the way down to 28, we see that in the records, now arguably Abel wasn't around for that long, but we see that Cain is not in the bloodline of Adam. See that Cain's not here. He was son of Enoch, son of Seth, which is the son of Adam. Remember, Seth, the word Seth there means replacement, doesn't it? So replacement, he was the replacement for Abel, but they've not included Cain in that, because Cain is the child of Nanah, one of these Anunnaki, and effectively one of the Ikiki, being a descendant of Enlil. So these 200 fallen were doing what they saw their ancestor do. Understood? Yeah, he was the one who started the madness, you know what I mean? Forcibly taking these women and implementing this seed, which was a violation for the reasons that we expressed earlier, polluting the genes, and obviously not knowing what the potential consequences were of doing that, obviously, which wreaked havoc, yes, on the planet Earth. And it talks about him having the same nature. So basically, from a biblical perspective, curse once, Adamites, curse through Cain, second one, and then curse through leproma or leprosy, which resulted to them in pale or white skin. So you've got two types of Adamites, red, ruddy race, and then what? Yes, you've got the pale race, who inherited this disease called leproma or leprosy. So you see the nature has a source of where it comes from. It's not just some blind thing that he decided all of a sudden, I'm just going to kill, where he was acting on, you know what I mean? It was in him, acting on his nature by this character called, Nanah, who is also known as Zuen. Yeah, Sin, he was called. Yeah, when they talk about Cain, it said sin, life at the door. Obviously, when Cain killed, do the right thing, Cain, when he was presenting his offering, it said sin, life at the door. Sin is a person. Yeah, sin. Even that you see in certain languages with the Dravidians, we see the word sing. Who are these people he's talking about? Weave their way into the language. Yeah, his name also connects with Zion. Yeah, so who is God? Is it really God? And who is the devil? Is it really the devil? From a certain perspective. Understood? Who they're telling you, because who promotes the devil's doctrine? Who taught you about the devil? You learned about the devil through religion. They're continually rehearsing his name. Yeah, the term hallelujah or hey Lao, you know what I mean? Which is basically saying hey Lao, yeah, the same words you find in Isaiah 14:12. Hey Lao is alive. So it translates as. They're calling the devil's name in the churches, in the mosques. Yeah, every minute. They're calling the devil's name. Yeah, whose book is it? 66 books. You're the one, we didn't say, you're the ones who said the number of the beast is 666. And the book's got 66 books. You reduced it from 72. 72 take away 66 is how much? So who are the forces and sources behind this book? And people are wondering why we're in the same hellish conditions. All the conditions on earth right now are the same conditions you're reading about in the Bible. So which influence which? Did reading that influence the way in which the outer world is today? The so-called good book, murder. The so-called good book, rape. The so-called good book, sacrifice your son to show loyalty. The so-called good book, people eating children. The so-called good book, stealing other people's lands. Justifying why in certain books, why are certain star constellations mentioned, like Job 9:9? Why are those constellations? 100 million stars in the Milky Way galaxy alone. Why are those ones mentioned? Is that because those are where those extraterrestrials being interpreted as gods came from? All out of the seed is showing here of Enlil, the master Nanar, fire, Nan, master, Nar, fire, and the worship of fire, fire worship. Yeah, going back to Zoroaster and Ahura Mazda. Look these names up. Worship of fire. Go to where they talk about the harlot, correct? What is she holding in her hand? The harlot, yeah, in the New York. What's she holding in her hand? For the first year, incidentally, because of the virus, they are not having the Olympics on a leap year. Which are able to run that flame, you understand, around the planet as they do, isn't it? They run the flame around the planet, symbolic of the sixth planet, or the way they count, 6, yeah, which is Saturn, understood, which is the same word, Satan, in the language. Yeah, it just means 6, actually, in Arabic, it just means 6. But to them, it means adversary, doesn't it? Talking about this being, the Na, fire, the worship of fire. When they talk about light in the Bible, remember, there's no, in the Quran, there's no incandescent, fluorescent, solar lighting back then. So when they talk about light, it means fire. Yeah, the bright morning, what? Sun. A bright morning star. Now, and Jesus, one the same according to them. We have our own messiahs, our own story, much older than this. Ours is not theirs. His story is his story. Understood? So, Nana is this character or creature, being, I should say, or Anunnaki, who they now are subservient to. Yeah, this flesh-eating deities, as say, who eat human beings for flesh. I'm going to finish on this point before we maybe reconvene next time. Now, couple of points. Just bear with me. I'll try and get through this really quickly. Now, basically, because of what they had done, remember, this man was going, this human beings or Adamites were going wild. So they sought to basically take out the majority of these creatures, particularly Enlil, because he saw it as a derogation, a pollution of the Anunnaki seed and genes. Understood? So in 2 ways, he sought to basically wipe out all of these Adamites with the flood. Now, what's interesting about this, and it's showing that, as I say, the master teacher always is coming up with something knew, showing that we didn't see, is that of this ancient weaponry that is based here on the planet Earth. So we've seen weaponry beneath the ground, as saying they're beneath the sea. So the Anunnaki had placed 8 terrestrial-based weapons, 4 beneath the sea, 4 beneath the ground. Yeah, and we've seen in the past things which have been perceived as meteorites, but actually sometimes relating to great balls of fire. We found these massive stone balls in Mexico. Yeah, some of them significant tonnage, as you see there, buried beneath the ground, which in the past times extraterrestrials have basically used magnetic force to draw them out from the Earth and then fire them back down from space to destroy not only life forms, buildings, etc. on ancient wars that have taken place. This is evidence of weaponry that's taken place. Now, not only this is beneath the ground, but beneath the sea, according to the very book we've been reading, we thought, okay, well, it was rain, isn't it, that caused the floods? But in the very book we've been reading, yes, in the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month, the same day, we were all the fountains of the great deep broken up and the windows of heaven opened up. So this is showing that a weapon was activated from beneath the sea. What is a fountain? A fountain is up, isn't it? It's from the bottom upwards, not from down the top below. So here is showing that, yes, they activated certain weapons below the sea in conjunction with a planetary conversion that was taking place in order to flood, to kill off this particular life form called the Adamites. But Enki chose to try and save one group because he had mixed or binded his own genes in with them, which was the family of Ziyu Sudra. Yes? Now, this is an article, you go and look this up or whatever, of spheres in South Africa, not as big as obviously the ones in Mexico, but perfectly round spheres, seemingly man-made, which are recorded to be almost 3 billion years old in South Africa. Who put them there? Why were they created? So on and so forth. Yeah, so many things in and underneath the surface of the planet that are yet to be uncovered about what really is taking place. Far older than 6,000 years. You understand? So we find this nature, as I say, throughout the Bible, and because I'm going to have to finish on this point, but I'm going to make this particular point plain. So you have got this situation where you've got these extraterrestrials who have a taste for human beings and human food. Your Levitical priest, and some of you have seen this many times before, yep, you are reading basically an extraterrestrial menu book. You understand? And so there is a reason why a Levitical priest's hat and the chef's hat are exactly the same. Understood? And various different quotes that we're seeing here. Psalms 78:25. A man did eat angels' food. He sent them meat to the full. What is angels' food? That's different to human beings' food. What's angels' food? You see? They didn't point that one out in the churches. What's angels' food? Is angels' food what Nana with 2 other extraterrestrials when they visited Abraham on the plains of Mamre in Genesis chapter 18? Is that what angels eat? Meat. Yeah, they eat meat. Yeah, Revelation chapter 19, verse 17. Read this quote for you all the time. Yeah, it says, "And I saw angels stand in the sun, and he cried with a loud voice, saying to all the fowls that fly in the midst of heaven, Come and gather yourselves unto the supper of the great God." 18, that ye may eat flesh of kings and of flesh of captains and mighty men, so on and so forth. What's that about? Eating of flesh. And when they show wings depicting on certain Anunnaki, you see them with wings, and with the head of a hawk in some instances, or sometimes with the head of a man. The wings denote crafts that fly. Extraterrestrials. Yeah, outer extraterrestrial crafts. That's what they denote. But in their time, they ain't got a way to describe it, so they depicted them with wings. Yeah, as craft ships. Now, watch this now. So, these reptilians, you understand, and Pleiadians, yeah, that we see here, that are responsible for the creation. I'm going to make this a bit plainer and finish on this point. Yeah, so it says, Likum, my Nuwapian children. Yeah, it says the Mukman, humanoids of Aldebaran, pale skin, blonde fur, blue-eyed grey hairs, made a home base in Sahatat, Orion, and came back and forth to the planet Earth. To the Nordic type, who was made by the Kamau Pleiadians, who also had a base in Aldebaran. So the Nordics were made, not created, made by the the Pleiadians, excuse me. Tall, Muhmam, humanoid beings from Kamahat Pleiades, a 7-star sun system with transparent fur, transparent skin, pale white, transparent pale eyes, and are fleshy eaters. 5. These beings worked under the Par Zahafu reptiles, or the Par Muzzafu of the reptilians, originally from the Draco's star sun system. 6. All these and other beings came to Kawaktaha, planet Earth, over many thousands of years. Some lived on land, others lived inside caverns, some beneath the waters, some stayed in crafts above, and in caverns many tunnels were made and are being found today. Let's move over. And you had the Anunnaqi, who came seeking gold, which we've been reading about. All these, all under the rules of respect by the Natharu, divine ones, who ruled Orion and Sirius by way of other star systems, also called Murzaku or Razaku, Riskians of Ilion, of the 19th parallel universe to this one, which we spoke about earlier. 11. The most disobedient and rebellious was one group of reptilians. There are many species of reptilians, but 3 main ones that came to this planet seeking food of a certain nature. 13. Now, Nuwapians, or Sabians now, you are what you eat, and their nature called for Dawa, evil-spirited creatures to eat you, will be the same as seeking a wild beast for food, such as canines, wolves, felines, lions, grizzly bears, those who were carnivorous for the nature in them, the wild. 14. They needed the flesh and blood, and at best, when the adrenaline is at its highest, from fear, terror, and fright, to them that is when it tastes best. 15. So over time, Parmuzafu, the evil reptilians, evolved on this planet as well as near Draconis, the brightest star, aptly named serpentine-shaped constellation of Draco, a Latin Roman word for dragon. So they evolved to a certain point where they derived energy from human beings doing negative acts, which cause them to secrete adrenaline, which basically seasons the meat. Yeah, sounds crazy, correct? But now let's look at Malachi chapter 2, verse 17. Yeah, because these Levitical priesthood, yeah, which we're seeing here, were those Adamites who were cultivating. Somebody asked a question about the Ark of the Covenant. Well, the question is, who was the radio connected to? Well, the radio was connected to who? God, but also who they were serving up. Men on the menu. Men on the menu. Correct? So, but they needed them to commit evil acts. Yeah, these priests. So the Levitical priesthood is speaking to the Lord as they would have it, because obviously there was a conflict between the activities of the Dingir, or the descendants of Enki, and the descendants of Enlil. Yes, because at one point in your Bible, they tell you that the meat of the earth is vegetables. In another point, the meat of the earth is what? It's meat. Meat, food, blood meat. Now here, it says, ye have wearied the Lord with your words, yet ye say, wherein have we wearied him? This is the Levitical priesthood talking. When we say, everyone that doeth evil is good in the sight of the Lord, and he delighteth in them, or where is the God of judgment? So they're saying to this Lord who's telling them, you need to convert away from these flesh-eating ways. Understood? Yeah, the agreeable side, Inky's side. That's why you've got Yah prophets, and you've got El prophets. Going back to the two brothers, going back to the Dengia and the Ikiki. Yeah, they're saying everyone that doeth evil is what? Good in the sight of the Lord. Because if we done evil on negative axes, Adamites, what did it do? It seasoned the meat, caused them to secrete adrenaline. They drew power from the negativity that then was found within the flesh. I mean, produced by their hormone secretion, hormonal secretions. Fear. And look at what we see today on our television and our media. Count how many programs, murder, rape, this, that, etc., etc. But that we have normalized. Yeah, because we haven't seen anything else. Become normal to us, seeing death, decay, destruction, rape, wicked acts, evil, all the time through the media, and we don't even blink an eye at that. We're so desensitized to it. Yeah, but what does this mean? Doeth evil. Everyone that doeth evil is good. Yeah, so you told us one thing, that's what they're arguing about. Well, your ancestors, your other ancestors, told us, no, that's what they wanted to happen. That's who we serve. You're coming along now and trying to tell us, no, that ain't the right way anymore. Well, no, we're serving those guys. Different groups of extraterrestrials wearing masks. So human beings can't see that they look just like human beings in some cases. Yeah, your Wizard of Oz story. So on that note, we've gone through maybe a little bit of what we wanted to get through today. In fact, let me not do that. Any questions before I close out?
Yeah, there's a question from Kemi. Says, can you speak on the meteorite that hit Nigeria last month?
I have seen the news reports. I couldn't add anything more to it than that. Obviously, I think initially it was described as an explosion, wasn't it, of ordnance through a lorry, but obviously that's been refuted, saying that it appears to be a large meteorite. This is something obviously that potentially can happen. And cause devastating impacts as we get to this kind of what they consider to be the end days and times, which is really a shift or a change in cycle. So remember, we've got an asteroid belt as a result of that crash in Nibiru some 24 billion years ago, which runs counterclockwise to the planets within the solar system. So meteorites such as that, there's a large one expected, I think, around 2030, 2033, nicknamed, interesting enough, as Apophis, which is an extinction level event. So because we've not been around a long time, I would say the records have not been around a long time, these types of things do happen occasionally. If you look at places like the Grand Canyon, and things of that nature, these are evidence of these large-scale events. So nothing to add other than a meteor is what it's called when it's in space. Then when it hits Earth, it's referred, or enters the Earth's atmosphere, it's referred to as a meteorite. So nothing else to add to that at this time. Yes. Any other questions?
No other questions that I can see here, no.
Okay. Look, thank you everybody for staying on. I've gone wildly over my time in that regard. Obviously, there's lots to cover in the book, so I'll probably go through maybe a quarter of it, so you just get a feel of, you know, what history is dealing with and the type of things that obviously us as people and individuals are facing in this regard. But obviously, Wu-Sabat has given is the medicine or truth to uncover and reveal that which has been hidden from you for the last 6,000 or more years, deliberately to interfere and affect your transformation from mortals back into deities again, or for you to fulfill your full potential according to natural nature, based on who, not what you are, and who you are designed according to your genetics. So hopefully we've given you a little bit of a flavour of the nature of why certain things have taken place, is because that is how they were designed. What did that mean that that was their destiny? Well, they chose to inflict wrong racism and other things and cause chaos around the world over the last 6,000 years. So their fate in that regard is sealed, but clearly they are seeking to prolong the inevitable by mixing in their genes with those who have stronger genes, and as we now see, our blood, seemingly the plasma in our blood is on the agenda for them once again, with the emergence of this virus, which is obviously a serious situation and certainly was predicted in our doctrine. But as I say, many things that we should have done to be ready for the day and times that we're moving in, as I say, we've either been blocked or not done what we're supposed to do to put ourselves in a better position. But the fight is not over, as I say, and yeah, there's opportunities obviously oftentimes where there's chaos. We have to connect with our ancestral forces and help cultivate a positive mentality even in these difficult times, because there's a lot more to go before this thing is over. So develop yourself, learn your language, study the doctrine, and do your spiritual practices. Obviously seek to eat the right foods and get your diet right and things of that nature, step by step. You don't have to go mad, but step by step. As I say, hopefully join us for the next class, which is going to be in 2 weeks time.
Babcock.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. There's one more question, if possible. Is that possible?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I can.
This question is from Monica.
Yes.
He says, is this why the elites drink the blood of children who they terrorize first before they kill them, and drink the blood, then they call it adrenochrome?
Okay, so I've not heard that before, but this is potentially, as you see, the way in which they're trying to reconnect with ancient ancestors, extraterrestrials, who engaged in the same behavior and activity. So the Pleiadians in that regard abandoned them, and so they are now connected directly with Nanar, who I suppose perceives human beings simply as food. Yeah, their Christ is Nanar, who is that cherub mentioned in the book of Ezekiel, and the one that returned in the year 2000 to collect the rapture. Yeah, the raptor or rapture was the collecting of certain human beings. So yes, in terms of them higher forces or some of those secret societies and the rituals that they engage in, yes, it's obviously seeking to be at one or alignment with the real nature of the gods which they now encounter, that they have to deal with, who's responsible for their creation. So they are constantly seeking to connect with reptilians, but obviously they don't maybe fully understand the nature of the beings that they're dealing with. They understand radically different nature, and certainly have got no, what would be the word, compassion or second thought about taking the resources of this planet for themselves if they were able to. But it just so happens that they can't act in the way that we'd want to, because obviously who our ancestors are. You understand? But remember, their ideology is that most human beings on the planet are consumers and therefore available for food to be used and utilized. Hence, they're called consumers and not producers. And as you're aware, they believe that the planet's population should be reduced down to around about 500,000. Yeah, and progressively through a number of different campaigns, be it wars, diseases, so on and so forth, they've tried to remove as many human beings as possible from the planet, or many human beings go missing, who the world necessarily is not too concerned about, and then get utilized for food or body parts and various things of that nature. But one thing I must remember, some people are giving them too much credit and too much control. Sometimes not to say you, Monica, but some people are giving them too much credit and too much control for what they're in. If we look, as we talked about earlier, at the viruses and the way they've come, we've seen viruses, interesting enough, that are targeted at or have come from or arisen from the very parts that made up the Caucasian today. So remember, he himself, or they themselves, were used in an ancient war that was taking place where, as I say, the Pleiadians were the food source for these Draconians and sought to create a being in their image and after their likeness that could be the replacement of them as the food source. Yeah, you see that symbolically where Abraham was going to sacrifice his son. Yes, and then a goat was put there in their place, a scapegoat. So they were looking to create a scapegoat and worked with Enki, the Pleiadians, and Imhotep from ancient Egypt, worked with them to conceal a virus within the mitochondrial DNA of those species that could be activated from a separate dimension to our own, which would then trigger, as I say, that virus going off, and it killed off a number of Draconians as a result, and led to a significant war that took place here, which obviously devastated not only certain things we had in ancient Egypt, but certain places around the world as part of that change. And so they know themselves, their history and their weapon, that they were part of a weapon or a war, hence the term germ man. Yeah, germ man, not German, germ man. Yeah, and so we basically are aware and we see, you know, what the devil to us was in ancient Egypt. Let's go back here. What the devil to us was in ancient Egypt, you understand, which was viruses, microbes, and germs we see now that cause illnesses. Understood? Yeah. And so, and obviously part of that is what arises from unhygienic practices. So all of this relates back, as I say, to those kind of ancient practices and behaviours and natures of the beings that they were dealing with. So absolutely, maybe a long-winded way to answer your question, but yes, obviously they are engaged in practices that would align them, as they perceive themselves to be, of doing the behaviours of what they believe would ingratiate themselves to those Draconians, but as I say, they won't be accepted. And as I say, who they see, what do they see them as? Food for the gods. So, thank you. I see one hand raised. Is that a question now?
What's the name? Shem. I can't find it. Shem, you may speak.
You're welcome. Okay. Maybe
I don't think he's there. Carry on.
Okay, no problem. So on that basis, let me, as we assign a few things to go through, let me fly to the end. So next class, I do feel we probably should cover this in a bit more detail, but I think we have. So maybe you might have to leave it, or maybe we might do a little bit for the first part and then get into, because there are some other things maybe to cover from the book as well. So history, the actual facts, obviously during the lockdown it's been difficult to get hold of some of these scrolls, but there's a book called His Story, which you can get Parnashat, Nashat as a store. I think the www, all the W's .nashat.co.uk. They're based in Croydon. I still open for business at the moment to do some health products as well. So they may have a copy, I'm not sure, but obviously if they don't, obviously you know why it's difficult at the moment. So next set class is 3rd and 17th of May, so 2 weeks this Sunday. And if you've already registered, then those classes should be, for parts 1 and 2. So if you've seen the opportunity to register for part 1 and 2, those classes will be set in your calendar, whatever you use, for the rest of the year till next April. If you've got any questions or inquiries, or let's say maybe you wanted more detail on some of the stuff that we've asked today, or we're going to send you some stuff out, by all means, please email us, All Eyes on Egypt, MN, that should be, N for November, please, N for November, I need to correct that. So error, N for November, MN at AOL.com, or you can hit us up on the Facebook page as well, and so we'll get those out to you, whatever we promised to send out as part of the class. So hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for your time and the extra hour that you've blessed us with today as well. So we're constantly improving, so any feedback that you want to provide, by all means feel free to email us, positive or negative, so we can serve you as best as we can. And on that note, I'll say wadu in the Sumerian language, and wish you all a positive week, whatever you're doing in the lockdown, and the best of health to you and yours. Okay, wadu.